Hello, everyone, and welcome back inside historic Bosse Field for this third game of this three-game set between your Evansville Otters and the Florence Yawls. Well, not going to beat around the bush at all here. The tarp is on the field currently, preparing for some possible rain here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So this one will most likely start in a delay, but the rest of the forecast for the night looks clear, so we will no doubt get this baseball game in here tonight.
Yeah, and it's a big one here for Evansville, a chance to finish off their first sweep of this season and set themselves on the right track. Have Mississippi coming in after the break tomorrow, and then you're off on the road. First off, playing Schaumburg in the 4th of July weekend, which is going to be a very tough matchup for Evansville.
You are listening to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, the Home Team Network, and on 96.9 WYIR. I'm Riley Angel alongside my partner Lucas Macklin here tonight. Again, Evansville looking for a three-game sweep here of Florence to put them even further ahead of Florence in the standings, which look like this. Washington in first place of the Central, 25-19 their record. Lake Erie in second, 21 and 22.5 games back. Evansville at 20 and 23, 4.5 games back. They gained a game last night against Washington, who lost. Florence 17 and 26 in last place, 7.5 games back. So Evansville giving themselves a nice cushion there against the last place Florence Yawls.
Yeah, and the way these games have kind of been working out has been a little bit shocking. Windy City took the first two games against Joliet. They're winning a lot of games, and over in the other side of the standings, teams like Sussex County, or I should say Quebec and Tri-City, are both on losing streaks, while Brockton and Ottawa are playing very good baseball. So it's been a different type of baseball as we are reaching the end of June, but Otters obviously trying to end off June the right way with a huge win over Florence and to set themselves up for a playoff run as we head into July.
In the first two games of the series, boy, were they close. A 5-4 win last night, which Florence almost came back from, getting one in the ninth, but Valdez able to shut the door eventually and get a save. And then a walk-off 10-inning win, 6-5 in the first game of this three-game set. Evansville over Florence again, 6-5 in those 10 innings. So expect nothing less here tonight than exciting baseball between these two squads who really all year have been playing so close when they have played each other.
Yeah, I mean, the big difference here is it really feels like these are the games that Evansville was losing on the road during this last road trip against Florence and Gateway. But they've been able to, here at Bosse Field, outlast the Yawls and win these close games. So it's been a big difference. And hopefully, as I mentioned, they can keep it up at home and eventually transfer that energy and that ability to close out tight games to when they head onto the road.
Once again, fans, the tarp is on the field currently due to some possible passing rain coming through the area here in about 10 or so minutes. Again, the rest of the forecast for the night in which the window is where we can get this baseball game in does look clear, so we will be able to get this game in tonight, but just might start in a little bit of a delay. You're listening to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, the Home Team Network, and on 96.9 WYIR. When we come back, we'll look at both starting lineups and both starting pitchers. You're listening on 96.9 WYIR in the Otters Digital Network.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and more can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800. Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com.
Back here at historic Bosse Field for this third game of this three-game set between your Evansville Otters and the Florence Yaws. Florence coming into this one 17-26. Evansville 20-23 after winning the first two games of this three-game series. Again, fans, the tarp is currently on the field due to expecting some rain coming through the area here soon. But again, we do expect to get this ball game in. I'm Riley Angels alongside my partner, Lucas Macklin. It should be a fun one here tonight. Evansville, these first two games of this series, fought through some hardship and got wins that on the road really evaded them a little bit, these close games that the opposing team was able to close out, but Evansville doing the exact opposite here at home.
Yeah, and it's been a great sign here for Evansville. Just, like I said, playing really good baseball, playing complete baseball, and even though these games have been closer than maybe you would want them to, they've come out with some big outings, and they've gotten some really, really good starts from the starting pitchers. Really coming in from the road trip, and now to start this weekend.
Take a look at last night. We'll recap that for you real quick. 5-4, the Evansville win. Braden Scott with a phenomenal first 5 innings. Did not allow a hit going into the sixth. He ended his line going 7 strong, striking out 8, only walking 1, allowing 3 runs on 5 hits. Nick McAuliffe then came in, tossed a scoreless frame, and Alex Valdez in the ninth did give up a run on 3 hits, but overall got the job done for the save to close it down for Evansville. Offensively, 2 homers for the Otters last night, a leadoff homer for Dennis Pearson, and a solo shot in the 6th for JT Benson. The other RBIs came from a Paven Parks sac fly and a Logan Brown sac fly as well. So just some really good baseball played yesterday. You expect nothing less from this team who has been so good at home.
I'm not going to lie. I wasn't really sure what I couldn't really hear you over the sound of the headset. But coming into tonight's game, I mean, you got Brahms on the mound, who's been really excellent. Last couple of starts against Washington, pitched a complete 7-inning game in that doubleheader, only gave up 1 run on a balk. And then in his game against Gateway, gave up 2 runs in 6 innings, and one of those home runs was a 310-foot home run. Other than that, he was fantastic. So you expect more of the same tonight from Brahms, and hopefully he can emulate what Braden Scott did last night and just pitch well enough to keep you in the ballgame.
Once again, fans, welcome into historic Bosse Field, Evansville and Florence for the finale of this 3-game set. Evansville looking for the 3-game sweep over this Florence team. You're listening to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, the Home Team Network, and on 96.9 WYIR. For those of you just joining us on the Home Team Network or the Otters Digital Network, the tarp is currently on the playing surface thanks to some rain possibly coming through the area here in a couple of minutes, so we will most likely start in a delay with the tarp on the field. But, mentioned it before, we absolutely expect to play this ball game here tonight. I'm Riley Angel alongside my partner Lucas Macklin. Evansville looking for this 3-game sweep. It will be their first 3-game sweep of this year. They did sweep Washington when they come to town when they just played 2, but then they're looking for their first 3-game sweep here tonight.
Yeah, and it's very exciting because they got a great pitcher on the mound, and hopefully the offense can come in and use their bats here. With Brahms coming in, he has a 3.72 ERA on the season, and outside of that one outing where he only went a third of an inning and gave up 2 runs, both of those runs would come into score after he left. He has a 3.37 ERA. He has been dealing for Evansville, and it's excited to have him on the mound, and hopefully he can go out there and pitch another great game and keep Evansville in it with a chance to win games.
Let's take a look at both the starting lineups for tonight, beginning with the Florence Yawls. Leading off the second baseman, he has done so all series long, Tyler Schoenfeld, followed by TJ Reeve in the 2-hole. He is the right fielder. Hank Zeisler, the first baseman, batting third. Cleaning it up, left fielder Anthony Brocato. Brendan Bobo, third baseman, batting fifth. Michael Quinones, the catcher, is getting his first start this series, batting sixth. Batting seventh, DH Craig Massey. Shortstop Hector Nieves, batting eighth, and running it out, Hilario Moreno, batting ninth and playing center field. Sean Gamelin, right-handed thrower for Florence here tonight. He's already faced Evansville once this year, but Evansville got to him in 4 innings, where he allowed 5 runs, 4 of them earned.
Yeah, and hopefully they can do something similar tonight. We saw in this series, Otters jump out in front early, do really well in the first couple of innings against the pitchers, and then those pitchers started settling in. They really struggled to get to them afterwards. So hopefully, if they jump out to another strong start in tonight's ball game, they can keep up that success throughout the game and hopefully get to the bullpen earlier rather than later.
Now the Evansville starting lineup leading off. Third baseman Dennis Pierce, followed by David Mindom, the first baseman. Batting third, right fielder J.T. Benson. Cleaning it up, designated hitter L.J. Jones. Pavin Parks, the second baseman, batting fifth. Batting sixth, left fielder Keenan Taylor. J.J. Cruz, the shortstop tonight, batting seventh. Justin Felix catching behind the plate. He is batting eighth. Ellis Schwartz rounding it out in center field, batting ninth. Parker Brahms, boy, he's been good his last 2 times out, starting here for Evansville this evening.
Yeah, and his last time out against Gateway, as I mentioned earlier, went 6 innings, gave up 7 hits, didn't walk anybody, and struck out 5, gave up 2 runs, and one of those came on a very, very short 310-ish foot home run to right field. And then a couple of games ago in the doubleheader against Washington, pitched a complete game, went 7 innings, only giving up 1 run that came on the balk. Struck out 8 in that game, so he has been on fire. He enters with the lowest ERA of any Otters starter at 3.72. And I mentioned this as well, outside of, if you take out the injured start where he pitched only a third of an inning, gave up a walk and a hit, and those 2 runners would eventually come around to score when Wiltsey came into the game. He's a 3.37 ERA. He's been fantastic this year, and you expect more of the same.
Now, we talked about earlier in this series how with the midway point coming up in the All-Star break just a couple of weeks away, that you would really like Evansville to get to that point and be within about 5 games of that first place spot to stay competitive the rest of the season. 4.5 games back right now. They've put a cushion in between themselves and Florence, and now have a chance to sweep Florence with Mississippi coming to town later this week. I mean, they've played good ball, especially here at home. Hopefully that just is able to translate on the road, especially in the month of July when they are on the road so often.
Yeah, and you really want to be able to hopefully keep pace with Washington. They won again tonight, so the Otters currently 4.5 games back. If they can win, they stay at 4.5. They lose, their 5.5 back, which is going to be a tough spot to be in as you enter July. So you really want to get this win tonight. And if you do, you also gain a game on Lake Erie as well after they lost to Gateway. So this is a big game for Evansville. And just to note, Windy City swept Joliet. So when we're thinking about the wild card spots, that's big for Evansville as well, as they can get a game on Joliet.
So definitely a not done yet Evansville in the playoff picture. We just want to remind you that Home Team Network is the exclusive home of every Frontier League game this year. Check out Home Team Network to sign up today and get a front row seat to every Otters game in 2025. When we come back, we'll give you a bit of an update. Hopefully we have one by then. You're listening on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network. Hello, fans, and welcome back to historic Bossy Field. A quick update for you. We are watching a storm that's building on itself about 15 miles to the west of us here in Evansville, Indiana. No current start time is available to give you. All we know is that we're just waiting to see what this storm does. Again, nothing left to do except for wait and hopefully this one breaks up before it gets to us and we're able to get this one in.
Yeah, and hopefully it's just something that, doesn't really affect too much. But just about sitting and waiting and seeing what happens.
So, again, once we get another update for you, we will come back and let you know. Stay tuned here on 96.9 WIR, the Otters Digital Network. Hello, fans. Welcome back into historic Bosse Field. We do have a start time for you. 5:40 will be the first pitch of the game here tonight. So just about a 35-minute delay thanks to some of the storms that looked like they were going to be building on each other, but possibly are going to be missing us here in the next couple of minutes. So just happy that this one is definitely scheduled and is going to get going here soon. Again, 5:40, the first pitch time here tonight in Evansville. You're listening to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, the Home Team Network, and now on 96.9 WYIR. Speaking of the Home Team Network is the exclusive home of every Frontier League game this year. Check out Home Team Network to sign up today. You get a front row seat to every Otters game in 2025. When we come back, we'll go over the starting lineups one more time in case you missed it, just because we have an updated first pitch time of 5:40. You're listening on 96.9 WYR and the Otters Digital Network. Hello, fans. Welcome back to historic Bosse Field. Again, currently in a delay, but a first pitch time is scheduled. 5:40 is when this one will get underway. But we will see how long that is. Well, we know how long the delay is going to last. I'm just up here talking at this point. You're listening to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame show. It's available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, the Home Team Network, and on 96.9 WYIR. Florence and Evansville set to do battle here in about 30 minutes at 5:40.
Yeah, an extended Papa John's pregame show.
Yeah.
Let's I was just thinking about some questions.
Let's get cozy.
Yeah. What's your favorite movie?
Ooh. Well, that's a good one.
Because I don't even know if I have one.
Now, are we going sports movie or movie in general?
I mean, I was just going movie in general. But honestly, my favorite movie might be a sports movie. So
My favorite movie of all time is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
ooh, it's a good one. I still
Tarantino flick.
I still want to watch that. I've been it's on my it's been on my list. I just haven't set aside time to watch it.
Brad Pitt,
I was gonna go with another Brad Pitt movie,
Leo DiCaprio, Margot Robbie.
Moneyball.
Ooh.
But
you see, that's my favorite sports movie of all time.
I love Moneyball. I love it more as a film than I do it being a companion to the book because I read the book and oh my goodness,
I
what
love
a
the book. It was
The
a great
book is
book.
fantastic. The movie's great too. What's your favorite TV show? Because this one I do have a.
Oh, The Office. No doubt about it.
I watched The Office one time and it was fine.
Fine. Fine.
I will admit I think it's the best out of those. That or Community. I think Community is really good.
Community's fun.
I would say Community's a little bit better because I think it does more like spin-off type things or parodies. But my favorite show, I have a very strong belief in this.
Strong
Psych.
opinion. Say that again?
Psych.
Psych.
It is a.
Can't say I've ever heard of that show.
It is a. It's one of those shows that it's not like super popular, but the people who like it really like it. It is an extremely strong fan base, and let me tell you, I've I haven't really I haven't rewatched shows ever. I usually watch them once and I'm good. I've rewatched Psych like 4 or 5 times.
Man,
It
oh man.
always brings me back, and I'm watching it right now.
You know, I'm going to go honorable mention here, Breaking Bad.
That's a good one. That's
a great one.
That one's up there for me. It might be just behind Psych, but
Breaking Bad, just drama-wise, TV show, is up there for greatest of all time. Period.
That's a really good one. But I gotta say, man,
Better Call Saul as well.
I still haven't watched. I finished Breaking Bad. I was gonna watch Better Call Saul. I watched a couple episodes and I just didn't. It didn't stick.
Better Call Saul might have even one-upped Breaking Bad. Now that I'm really sitting and thinking about it,
I think I've heard that. I've heard that take is that it's actually better.
it is a phenomenal series.
It's a great add-on.
It really is, and not only does it mixes in the prequel and then the ending.
I think that's how you do it. That's how you don't make more within the same story. You make it in the same universe.
Correct.
Because I think, was it Supernatural or something? One of the shows, 5 great seasons because they planned for 5 seasons, and then they kept going because it made a ton of money, and then
it just
kind
never
of
was the same.
Yeah, and those last however many seasons it wasn't what you wanted.
Now I haven't finished this one, but the first 5 seasons of Suits is really good. I have not finished it.
Great
but
show.
The first 5 seasons of what I've watched, top tier television.
It's one of those that is very, very good.
It's getting taken off of Netflix.
That's
atrocious.
I think it's on Peacock though.
Might be.
Well, the thing is that I think it's on Netflix, but it's only the first 8 seasons.
And then the 9th season.
And then the 9th season's on Peacock.
Wasn't it a USA Network show?
Yes. I didn't watch it when I was on
NBC. NBC owns USA Network.
I don't know how the streaming system.
Oh my goodness, that is worth a Google. That is 100%.
I was gonna say, Psych star Dule Hill is on Suits, but he's on later. I don't think you're to that part yet. He ends up being a new character.
NBC Universal does own the USA Network.
Huh.
I guess that makes sense with the WWE on Peacock, and it was long running on USA Network for a long time before Netflix picked that deal up. Just never connected the dots. Huh.
I never really looked into who owns what, to be honest with you.
Well, don't, because it's terrifying. It is terrifying. Mega corporations are real.
Ooh, this is a good question. What fictional character would you want by your side during a zombie apocalypse?
Fictional. See, I could just cheat the system right now and go Rick Grimes because he literally survived the zombie apocalypse.
That's true. I thought you were going to cheat the system and be like Superman.
See, that's another way to cheat the system. That is another way to cheat the system.
You have to be able to, outside of cheating the system, picking Superman, you have to pick someone who is fun to be with, but also is capable. And I think that's a tough line to walk.
Jimmy Neutron.
Smart.
Jimmy Neutron might... Very resourceful. You need that in a zombie apocalypse.
Man, I don't.
Here is an update, fans. TARP is coming off, so you don't have to listen to us yap much longer. TARP is beginning to come off, and we will have baseball here. 5:15 currently. 5:40 will be our first pitch time. So don't worry, you don't have to listen to us talk about random topics for too much longer. Baseball is on its way eventually here tonight. Again, fans, I'm Riley Angel alongside Lucas Macklin. An extended Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's, the official sponsor of the Otters. Pregame shows available every game night, 20 minutes before, or in this case, an hour before, and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, the home team network, and on 96.9 WYIR.
This is a fun one, and I know my answer. If you could be on any sports team, which one would it be and why?
Any sports team ever. Do I get to pick a year? Or just
you can pick the
franchise? Ooh. As a Guardians fan, this pains me to say, but I would have to go the 2016 Chicago Cubs.
Oh, really?
Breaking the streak in Chicago, the way that city loves their baseball team. And the players that did it, might have to go there.
If I were to pick a baseball team, it would be the 2011 Cardinals. That run must have been magical to be a part of. With David Freese and Albert's final season and La Russa's final season, I believe, as well. Going off with the championship was crazy. But I would have to go with this year's Pacers team. The way they played, and the amount of people they had behind them, especially because everyone's watching the Thunder and be like, we don't want like this type of basketball. The Pacers are playing, ethical hoops, they call it.
Ethical hoops.
Ethical hoops. And they almost did it. Obviously ended it in the most tragic way possible, but I think being part of that team would have been a lot of fun.
And that Tyrese injury really going to hamper them next year as well, you would think. Is he missing all of next year's, or will it just be the first half of the year? That's a real question.
It should be all of the year. I'm guessing they're not going to rush him back. But I think with the Pacers, they have so many young players like Benedict Mathurin and Jarris Walker who are going to have chances to really shine in that absence. I think it's going to be good for the team long term, but obviously losing a year of your best player it's heartbreaking.
In other NBA news, Lonzo Ball now a Cleveland Cavalier. So that's interesting. Midwest getting some star power with Lonzo Ball, or he stays in the Midwest from Chicago now to Cleveland and Northwest Ohio. So another interesting move there made early on in this NBA offseason. LeBron James going back to the Lakers, opting in on his $50 million player option.
It's a lot of money.
Boy, oh boy, for $50 million, I'd opt into any sports franchise ever.
Feels like it'd be a gimme.
Yeah.
I think the East is going to be, it's the Cavs and the Knicks, right?
You would think. The Pacers may, but again, with no Tyrese Halliburton.
I think the way I view the East this year, it's Cavs and Knicks at the top. Then I have the Pistons at 3, Magic 4, and then Pacers and Celtics kind of 5-6 area-ish. I think that's kind of like what it'll be. Maybe and the Bucks somewhere in there too.
How about them Pistons though? Just 3 years ago, it seemed like they were just in the bunker of the NBA, and now all of a sudden we're talking about them being top 3 in the East next season, and maybe with how the NBA playoffs went this year, once you're in, you always have a chance.
You get that franchise-changing star in Cade Cunningham. I remember when he was going to go 1 overall. I was really hoping the Pacers either won that lottery or somehow managed to trade everything for him. I love Cade's game. He's a great basketball player, not baseball player. Maybe he's a good baseball player.
Maybe. We haven't seen him play baseball.
But yeah, it's built the right way. You surround him with some veterans and some young talent, and no reason they can't compete in the East next year.
Well, fans, while we're waiting here for this one to get going, I'll read off some MLB scores from today, as on Sunday a ton of day games being played. The St. Louis Cardinals sweeping the Cleveland Guardians 7-0. I don't want to talk about it. Blue Jays over the Red Sox 5-3 in a really big series in the American League East. Rockies over the Brewers 4-3, so that's another big win for NL Central teams, especially the Cardinals. Yankees clobbering the Athletics 12-5. Phillies over the Braves. Boy, the Braves are having a rough go of it. 2-1 that score. 5-1 Orioles beat the Rays. Diamondbacks and Marlins currently 2-1 in the top of the 7th. Nationals, Angels tied at 3, bottom 7. White Sox get a win over the Rafi Devers-led Giants 5-2. Dodgers over the Royals 5-1. Another NL Central team, Cincinnati Reds over top of the San Diego Padres 3-2. And the Cubs losing to the Astros 2-0 in Houston. Later on tonight, the Tigers and the Twins doing battle, and Sunday night baseball, boy, the Tigers have looked good. Best team in the American League, one of the best records in baseball, just trailing the Los Angeles Dodgers. They play the AL Central Division rival Twins tonight at 6:10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
I was looking at the wrong team. For some reason, I thought you were looking at the Dodgers game, and I was like, that's not right.
Well, Dodgers did beat the Kansas City Royals today, 5-1.
Sorry, Matt. Now we got first pitches, so we're inching closer.
Just 20 minutes away from game time here tonight, and I guess we'll keep with some baseball here. We'll look at some of the standings around the Cubbies in first place of the National League Central, 49-35, just 2 games up on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals 2.5 games back of the Cubs at 47-38. Boy, the NL West has looked good this year as well, but the Dodgers really running away with that division at this point. 7 games up on the next closest, San Diego Padres, who are 45-38. Dodgers 53-32. Phillies leading the NL East, 49-35 their record. The Mets just a game and a half back. And boy, that's a 2-team race. As the next closest is the Atlanta Braves, who are below 500 and 10.5 games back. In the American League Central, Tigers running away with that one, 11 games up on the second-place Cleveland Guardians, who are 40-42. The Tigers 52-32 in first place. American League East, that's a 3-game race. Blue Jays, Rays, and Yankees all within 3 games of each other. Then the AL West, Astros running away with that one, 6.5 games up on the second-place Mariners. They are 50-34. Well, I guess while we're on standings talk, we'll take a look at the Frontier League standings as well. We'll start in the Midwest Conference in the Central Division. Washington leading the Central Division. Lake Erie in second, 2.5 games back. Evansville, 4.5 games back of the first place Washington Wild Things at 20-30 and 20-23. Florence, 17-26, 7.5 games back of first place. In the West Division, Schaumburg leads that one despite them having a rough go of it lately. They are 27-17. They are up by a game and a half over Gateway, who is 25-18. Joliet getting swept today by Windy City. They are now 4 games back in the Western Division. In the North, this is before today's games in the Atlantic Division. Quebec leading that one by 9 games, quite a wide margin, 34-10. Tri-City having a good year, but boy, Quebec is just a different animal. Tri-City 24-18, 9 games back. Sussex County also with 30 wins, only the second team in the Frontier League this year to get 30 victories. They are 30-13, and they lead the East Division by 9 games over the second place New York Boulders.
In Quebec right now down 2-1 to Brockton, trying to avoid being swept.
Whew. It's so interesting, baseball. I mean, you have Windy City taking Joliet at home, sweeping a Joliet team which has looked so good this year. And then Brockton and Quebec now tied all of a sudden at 2-2 in the top of the 5th. And Brockton trying to take 3 games from the Quebec Capitales, who are 2-time Frontier, 2 in a row Frontier League champions. And boy, they have not slowed down at all here in 2025. You're listening to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, the Home Team Network, and on 96.9 WYIR. When we come back, we'll take a second look at the starting lineups, and we will finally have some baseball here in about 15 minutes. You're listening on 96.9 WYIR on the Otters Digital Network.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and more can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Welcome back to historic Bosse Field. 5:40, the first pitch time now. Just about 15 minutes away from that. You're listening to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network and the Home Team Network, as well as 96.9 WYIR. The Home Team Network is the exclusive home of every Frontier League game this year. Check out Home Team Network to sign up today and get a front row seat to every Otters game in 2025. I'm Riley Angel alongside my partner Lucas Macklin. Looking for the sweep today are the Evansville Otters, who, again, we've said it multiple times this season, they're just a different team here at Bosse Field than when they are on the road.
Yeah, and you've seen it very clearly in this series. A couple of close wins and games that, while they're on the road, those are the games they weren't able to take. So that's been really the big difference. They've just been more consistent here at home, and they've won a couple of close games. Hopefully they can close out the sweep today.
Let's take a second look at the starting lineups. We read them earlier, but it was a long time ago, it feels like. First, with the Florence Yalls. Leading off, the second baseman, Tyler Schoenfeld. Then batting second, TJ Reeves, the right fielder. Batting third, Hank Zeisler. He is at first base tonight. Anthony Brocato in left field, batting fourth. Brendan Bobo, the third baseman, batting fifth. Catching tonight is Michael Quinones. He is batting sixth. Batting seventh, designated hitter Craig Massey. Eighth, Hector Nieves, the shortstop, batting ninth. The center fielder, Hiladio Moreno. And pitching tonight is Sean Gamelin, who has already faced the Otters here this year, but in that game only went 4 innings, giving up 4 earned runs, 5 total.
And hopefully Evansville can do a better job at being more consistent at the plate tonight. We saw the last couple of games where they get off to a quick start and then they go silent for a long period of time and allow the starter to kind of get into a groove. So hopefully they can change the way they're out there, or the way they are at the plate tonight, but it's more of a wait-and-see situation.
Now for your home team, Evansville Otters, who enter today at 20-23. Leading off, Dennis Pierce, the third baseman. Batting second, David Mindom, the first baseman. Batting third, right fielder J.T. Benson. L.J. Jones, the designated hitter, batting fourth. Batting fifth, second baseman Paven Parks. Batting sixth, left fielder Keenan Taylor. At shortstop, J.J. Cruz, batting seventh. Behind the plate, Justin Felix, batting eighth. And in center field, Ellis Schwartz. He is rounding it out, batting ninth. Parker Brahms on the mound for Evansville. He's looked really good his last few starts.
He's been fantastic for Evansville in his last time out against Gateway. He went 6 innings, giving up 2 runs, one of those on a very, very short porch home run towards right. But other than that, he looked great. Struck out 5 and didn't walk anybody in that outing. And then a couple outings ago here at Bosse Field, last time he pitched at Bosse Field, he pitched a complete game in the 7-inning game, in the second game of the, or I believe his first game of that doubleheader. He pitched a complete game, went 7 innings, only allowed 1 run, walking 3, and striking out 8. So he's been in a groove, entering with a 3.72 ERA so far this season.
Now, Paven Parks is at second base tonight. We haven't seen him a whole bunch at second base this year. Usually he's either at third or at short, and a couple of times we've seen him be the designated hitter so far this season. This will be his first start at second base here in 2025.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to move him to second base and see what he can do there. And again, just wait and see situation, see how he plays there with Cruz at short and Dennis Pierce at third. They're seeing what he can offer at second base as Graham Brown getting the day off.
JT Benson, boy, he's been big this series. Yesterday went 3 for 3, a triple shy of the cycle with a walk as well. And then in game 1 had a 3-run home run in the first inning, that 5-run first inning for Evansville, and was intentionally walked in the 10th.
Yeah, he did great last night. He was fantastic for Evansville, about as perfect as your night could have gone in a game that both teams were kind of struggling, searching for runs.
There's a combination of players out in shallow center field between both of these teams, and looks like they are going to share a moment in shallow center with each other. And not too sure what it's about, but always nice to see for sportsmanship-wise. And
almost looks like they're maybe like, I don't want to assume, but maybe praying out there in center field together, which is, again, it's really nice to see a couple of teams come together and do that.
Here tonight, a 5:40 pitch time, just 10 minutes away from that. You're listening on 96.9 WYIR and the Otters Digital Network.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com.
Back here at historic Bosse Field, here for this final game of this three-game set between Evansville and Florence. You're listening to the Papa John's pregame show, an extended Papa John's pregame show. It is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame show. It's available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network and the Home Team Network, and alongside now 96.9 WYIR. I'm Riley Angel alongside my partner Lucas Macklin. Evansville looking for their first sweep of the year here tonight against this Florence Y'alls team, which has been scuffling, and this would be big for Evansville, especially gaining these games against Florence, who all season has been on their tail, and even a couple times they've swapped places in these standings.
Yeah, and you just want to really just about picking up games on the teams that are ahead of you, them being like Erie, Washington, Joliet, Gateway. So it's been a great series, and obviously being able to beat your division rivals is huge. Evansville's been really good in the division for the most part. This is their second time playing Florence. They've played Washington for 6 games, and they've played Lake Erie in 5 games. And they're coming in with a 9-7 record against the Central Division. It's really been the West Division they've struggled against for the most part. They're 9-15 against the West. So it's great to see them play well in the division, and hopefully they can keep it up as they've got some more divisional tests coming up soon.
They certainly do, and we'll quickly take a look at their upcoming schedule here for the end of June and the beginning of July. Beginning on July 1st, Mud Monsters come to town for a 3-game set, the 1st through the 3rd. July, boy, it's a heavy road month for this team. After the 3rd, they go up and celebrate 4th of July weekend in Schaumburg with the Boomers for a 3-game set. Then they travel to Washington the 8th through the 10th. But good news is they're finally back home just before the All-Star break, with Gateway coming to town for a weekend series before they do get that much-needed, everyone needs it this time of year, week off.
Yeah, and it really sets you up to hopefully end the pre-All-Star break strong, because you have 3 really tough matchups in Schaumburg, Washington, and Gateway. You're really going to want to try to leave that part of the month with a winning record. If you can, at least leave the first 4 series with a winning record. That'll be a great way to head into the All-Star break before you take that long road trip that goes through Canada.
And, man, that road trip is not an easy one. You have Lake Erie first, and then the best team in the Frontier League, the Quebec Capitales, on the road. But a little bit of a break, even though they've been hot recently, the Ottawa Titans to finish off that set before they finally come back home at the very end of July and welcome Lake Erie for the final time here in 2025, the 29th through the 31st of July.
And you're really going to want to have a solid July. That way you set yourself up for a potential run in August that also has some road trips, but at least you're home a little bit more during that time. So it's really just about setting yourself up to be in a spot to make a late push. And if you can, if you set yourself up for a potential really good August, who knows, it's anybody's game at that point.
Again, Evansville looking to reach the postseason once again after missing it last year. But, boy, it's just 2 years ago they made the Frontier League Championship Series, did fall short in that series to Quebec. But when you get into the playoffs, it's anyone's game, no matter what sport you play in.
Yeah, especially baseball. From anywhere from the MLB down to the Frontier League, it's such a game of luck that once you get into the playoffs, any team can beat anybody. That's one of the big things we were talking about Moneyball when it comes to Billy Bean. The only thing you can control is the long season. You get to that last part, it's just kind of throw your hands up in the air and who knows what's going to happen. So if they can get there, that's going to be huge. And this Otters team is one it's been so good in the past. Last year missed the playoffs for the first time since 2021, only the second time since 2014. The only other time they missed the playoffs since 2014, they had 57 wins. That would just happen to be an unlucky season. And it was the first losing season since 2012. So trying to bounce back in the right direction, and they've played better ball this year. They have a lot of really, really good young talent as well. So it's been a great sign, and hopefully they can keep it up and again, have at least a chance to make that late push for the playoffs.
And again, really the reason they sit at a 20-23 mark, 3 games below 500, is because they haven't been able to perform well on the road. So if they're able to flip that script and do well in July on the road, boy, that is really good for them come August in the playoff push. So, fans, you just listened to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network and the Home Team Network alongside 96.9 WYIR. Also,
you a concert goer?
A concert goer?
Go to a lot of concerts.
I've only been to 2 in my entire life, believe it or not.
Yeah, I love going to concerts. Who'd you go see?
Cody Johnston and Kane Brown.
I think I've heard of Kane Brown. Country?
Yes.
I know about right. I have been every year since 2021. I think we've gone to Louder Than Life, the rock festival in Louisville. That's been so much fun because you see so many smaller bands that you don't typically get to see. I love going to concerts. It's tough to say who my favorite performance has been because I've seen so many.
What reminded you of concerts during the Papa John's read?
I don't know. I wanted to talk about music. I like music.
Fair enough. Well, just about time for game time. If we have to, we'll go to a quick break here on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network. Never mind, we don't have to. Starting lineups being introduced by the very own Zane Clodfelter, followed by the national anthem. Then the first pitch. You're listening on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network.
The third baseman, number 10, Dennis Pierce. Batting second, the first baseman, number 34, David Menton. Batting third, the right fielder, number 9, J.T. Benson. Batting fourth, designated hitter, number 20, L.J. Jones. Batting fifth, second baseman, number 11, Nathan Parks. Batting sixth, the left fielder, number 12, Keaton Taylor. Batting seventh, the shortstop, number 17, J.J. Cruz. Batting eighth and catching, number 5, Justin Felix. Batting ninth, the center fielder, number 3, Ellis Schwartz. Pitching for the Evansville Otters, right-handed pitcher, number 13, Parker Bronze. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, would you please rise and remove your caps as we honor America's freedom, those who now protect it, and pay tribute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice with the singing of our national anthem, this evening performed by Taylor Trostee.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Taylor Trostee with our national anthem. Tonight's game ball is to the
Let's play some baseball. Finally. Oh my goodness, does it feel good to say that. Parker Brahms on the mound, Justin Felix behind the plate. This pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. Parker Brahms, boy, he's looked good his last few. What do you expect to see from him for Evansville here tonight against Florence?
He's a guy that limits walks, does have some strikeout stuff, but doesn't always need to use it. His one big weakness has been the long ball this year. We have not seen Florence hit a home run yet this series, so I would say that's kind of been his one kind of chink in the armor when he's out there pitching, is he does have a tendency to give up the home run. But other than that, he's been so good for Evansville this year. Been, along with Braden Scott, an extremely consistent starting pitcher for this team that's really needed it.
We take a look at the defense behind Parker Brahms in the outfield. It's Keenan Taylor in left, Ellis Schwartz in center, J.T. Benson over in right. With their feet on the dirt, it's Dennis Pierce at third, J.J. Cruz at short, Paven Parks at second base, and then David Mendham over at first. Behind the plate, Justin Felix, the battery mate for Paven Parks. Man, this Florence team, offensively, they've been able to battle back against Evansville, but each night it's been a tale of Evansville getting out in front early and Florence not being able to claw their way back.
Yeah, and hopefully they can jump out ahead again. They can get off to an early start, but hopefully tonight they're able to sustain that success and be able to put more runs on the board as the game goes on through the middle innings.
Here's Tyler Schoenfeld, second baseman, left-handed hitter here for Florence. Boy, Florence stacking this lineup with lefties here today. They have so many of them in the lineup. The first pitch to Schoenfeld is up and away for a ball. 5:43, the first pitch time. 83 degrees, our game time temp. A ball, no strikes, nobody out. The first pitch from the righty. That one finds the zone on the inner half. It's 1-1.
You mentioned the lefties. 7 lefties in the lineup. Final 5 batters are all lefties. And why not? No lefties out the bullpen for Evansville.
1-1. Taken, just nicking the corner on the down and away side. It's 1-2. Brahms ahead early. Open stance on the mound, far first base side of the rubber. Sets. And fires. Left that one outside, 2-2. 325 down the lines here at Bosse Field, 400 dead center. Wind not really doing much in the way of helping anybody, just a crosswind from right to left. The pitch. Swung on high, chopper to the third. Fielding is Pierce, quick cannon across in the dirt, not in time, gets past Mendham. Schoenfeld not paying attention, so he'll just stay at first base. But it's going to be a leadoff single for the Florence second baseman.
Yeah, and that's one with that kind of hop. There was no chance to get the speedy Schoenfeld, so not saying he shouldn't have thrown it, but Mendham over at first probably should have just stepped off the bag and made sure he brought it in. Fortunate for Evansville that Schoenfeld wasn't paying attention, so he's still at first base.
So a leadoff knock here for Florence to begin this one. Schoenfeld has stolen 10 bases this year. Already won this series, so watch out for him. Brahms, quick pickoff throw, and oh my goodness, they had him dead to rights if Mendham just applied the tag.
Yeah, throw was a little bit high, so it would have been tough to get the tag down, but that's would have been very close.
Brahms, the first pitch now to T.J. Reeves. That one's in the dirt, blocked by Felix. It's a ball and no strikes. Reeves, one of the only 2 right-handed batters in this lineup today for the Yawls. Sporting that baby blue bat that matches the jersey. Both teams in a shade of blue tonight, as the 1-0 is swung on and lifted in the air to right. Benson under it, now comes in. Medium deep and very playable. Out number 1. Evansville in their home white pants and blue jerseys with white letters. Florence, the white bottom, the gray bottoms, with the baby blue jerseys, red trim. It's now It is Hank Zeisler, the first baseman for Florence. Pickoff move over to first is not in time. That time Shaney Felt was prepared for it. Still hot, humid, and muggy in this part of the country here in late June. Only 83 degrees, but boy, it's sticky out there. First pitch. That one just missing inside, a ball and no strikes. Shaney Felt dancing over at first base a bit before that pitch was tossed in from Brahms. Mindham is holding him. Brahms sets. And the 1-0. That one finds the zone on the back door. It's 1-1. Shaney Felt doing all sorts of moves over there at first, hopping back and forth between a big lead and the bag. Really trying to disrupt the timing of Brahms as the pitch. Misses just outside, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Still some pretty severe cloud cover overhead. Every once in a while we get a peek at a blue sky. Pickoff move is not in time. That's now Brahms' second disengagement, so we'll see how aggressive Shaney Felt gets at this point, knowing that Brahms has to pick him off or he gets the free base anyway. Two-one. Swung on, smashed down the first base line, and a fair ball all the way into the Otters bullpen. Shaney Felt hustling around third. They are going to hold him there, and it's a one-out double there for Hank Zeisler. So runners now both in scoring position here in this first inning, second and third for Florence as they look to take a lead here in this first inning against Parker Brahms.
Anthony Brocato.
Brings up right-hander Anthony Brocato. He's been held in check for the most part this series. 0 for 3 last night. The night before, just 1 for 5.
He did have a 2 RBI single in the first inning that was up the middle, and now in a similar spot here.
First pitch he sees is swung on and popped up. Shallow left. Hustling in on it Taylor, but J.J. Cruz calling everybody off, and shallow left center making the catch. Shaney Felt pump faking that he was going to go, trying to draw a throw, but J.J. Cruz was privy to it, 2 away.
Batting fifth at third base, 3, Brendan Bobo.
Now Brendan Bobo. Third base tonight. He played in left field in both the previous games of this series. He is listed as an outfielder on their roster. But over the hot corner here in this finale. First pitch he sees. Swung on, tapped foul at the plate, 0-1. Sun now peeking its way through the clouds in this early evening game that was slightly delayed. Again, 5:43 was our actual pitch time, 5:05 originally scheduled. The 0-1 here to Bobo. Swung on and missed on the back foot breaker. It's 0-2. No score, top one, just getting started here at Bosse Field. Florence threatening, 2 runners on, but 2 outs. Brahms looks in and sets. Out of the stretch he works. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded up the middle for a base hit. This will score 1. Here comes the second runner in Zeisler. No throw will be drawn. 2-0 Florence on a 2 RBI single from Bobo.
Just left that off-speed pitch a little bit too high, and Bobo went and got it. He's been one of their better hitters so far this weekend.
Batting sixth.
But an unfortunate way after getting that second out and keeping those runners at second and third, giving up that hit. Now Florence with the early lead. Evansville's going to have to try to fight back.
Florence also took a 2-0 lead in the first game of this series. As the pitch now to Quinones is up and away for a ball, 1-0. That one Evansville eventually won 6-5 in extras. They scored 5 runs in the bottom half of that first inning to take the early advantage despite the 2 runs Florence got, the 1-0. Swung on, fouled into the netting. It's 1-1. So the Otters not completely unprepared for a situation like this. Pickoff throw with the runner at first, Bobo, but he dove back in time. Brahms paying a lot of attention to these runners so far. Bobo does have 5 stolen bases on the year as the 1-1 pitch is slicing down the left field line and foul, 1-2. Two nothing Florence, top of the first. They have a runner on first. They've scored those 2 runs on 3 hits here in this inning. Brahms trying to get out of it with the 1-2 pitch. Runner takes off, swung on, sliced the opposite way, drifting near the line and gets down in fair territory. It hustles up against the warning track. Here comes the runner. He will score. Throw into second. Quinones is in with an RBI double. So 2 straight RBI knocks for Florence. They make it 3-0 now, as going from first to home was Brendan Bobo. Now Craig Massey. And believe it or not, in 29 games, 98 at-bats this year, Massey has yet to record an extra base hit. Does have 28 walks, 10 ribbies. It's not too often you see a designated hitter doesn't get a hits for extra bases, as the first pitch he sees is high. It's a ball and no strikes. Especially this day and age and the way the game is played, everyone so focused on power, both with hitters and pitchers. The 1-0 pitch. Runs in there for a strike, 1-1. A ball, a strike, 2 outs. Runner on second for Florence. They've scored 3 so far here in this top of the first. Brahms looks back towards second and fires. Bender catching the top shelf. It's 1-2. Evansville and Florence, the last 2 to begin their games here tonight. Well, not the last 2, as down east and Mississippi have yet to begin, but one of the last 2 games to start. As the 1-2 pitch swung on, grounded to short, and off of the boot of the glove of Cruz. He throws to third, not in time. So a mistake from Cruz at short, and now runners on the corners.
Just another one of those plays where tried to make the play before he had the ball, and as you mentioned, an unlucky bounce went off his glove, and that's an unfortunate way for this inning to continue.
Now Hector Nieves. So Brahms will have to get a 4th out. The pitch. Swung on, fouled back. It's 0-1. So Evansville having to fight back here in this third and final game of this 3-game set. They do have tomorrow off before Mississippi comes to town for the second time here in 2025. The 0-1 bounced in the dirt between the legs of Felix, and taking off for second is Massey. He gets there without a throw, so now 2 runners in scoring position here in the top of the first. Massey on second, and then at third, Michael Quinones. A laboring first inning for Brahms. Something he's not been used to the last 2 outings. 1-1. Left it high on the curve. It's 2-1. Brahms sets once again, and the 2-1 to the lefty in Nieves. Left it outside. 3 balls and a strike now. Brahms has lost it here in this at-bat. 3 straight have reached 2 hits and an error. 4 hits overall here in this first inning. As the Y'all's taking out some frustration here in this first frame of the finale. 3-1 pitch. Swung on, popped him up. Shallow left. In on it is Taylor. Under it, makes the catch. So that ends this first inning. Florence scores 3 on 4 hits and an Evansville error. You're listening on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Back here at historic Bosse Field, Sean Gamelin on the bump. Michael Quinones behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. So we hopefully we'll get some more first-inning runs from this Otters team, who the past couple of games has been able to score in this first inning.
Yeah, and really that was one of the things I did pretty well in Gateway. They scored in the first 2 games of Gateway, the Gateway series. They scored in the first inning. They've scored in the first inning in both of these games. So hopefully they can do it again here and try to bounce back quickly like they did in Game 1, and if not get the lead, at least cut into it.
Here's Dennis Pierce. Pierce, right-handed bat. First pitch he sees from Gamelin. Swung on, lifted in the air, fairly deep center field. Back on it is Moreno. Under it, makes the catch, 1 away. So Pierce tried to get aggressive on that up and in fastball.
Number 34, David Mendham.
Got jammed, and now it's David Mendham. Here's David Mendham, 328 the average for him. As the first pitch he sees is taken inside for a ball, 1-0. 992 the OPS. 914 the OPS. 9 ribbies, 19 walks on the year for him. He has homered once. The 1-0 is in there for a strike on the outer half, make that 1-1. Mendham stands back in on the left side. And the pitch. Swung on, broken bat, grounder to short. Fielded by Nieves, throw to first in time for the second out.
And if you're Florence, this is exactly what you want. A couple of quick outs after that good first inning. And now if you can get this last out, you get your pitcher or you get your offense back out there who is off to a hot start.
Now JT Benson. Benson, we mentioned it in the pregame show, has been hot this series. Yesterday, 3 for 3, a triple shy of the cycle. In Game 1, a 3-run homer in the very first inning. 7 homers overall in the year, 24 RBI. First pitch he sees from the righty is up and in for a ball, 1-0. Gamelin throwing a fastball, curveball, changeup combination here tonight. As the 1-0. Up and in, make that 2-0. Two balls, no strikes, 2 outs, and the pitch. That one just catching the upper edge of the corner, make that 2-1 as Benson takes the fastball for a strike. Bottom 1, 3-0 Florence as the pitch is outside for a ball, 3-1. Evansville trailing early here against the Yalls. Not the first time they've trailed early against this team this series. The pitch swung on and missed will have a payoff. But they have scored in the first inning in each of the first 2 games of this series. And right now with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first, Benson looks to just keep the inning alive. He'll have a payoff pitch incoming to him as Gamelin looks in, body fully facing the hitter. Big deep breath and rocks into the windup. The 3-2. Swung on, grounded to short. Backhanded play by Nieves. Pumps, throws, high, and the tag not applied to JT Benson as he beats it out. So Benson will stand on first. We'll see if they give it an error or a hit. But it brings up LJ Jones.
Either way, it was a mistake there by the shortstop Nieves. And hopefully the Otters now take advantage of that mistake and get a run or more on the board.
Currently they have it as a hit. That's what it will stay as. Brings up LJ Jones as he has a chance with 2 outs. Now Benson over at first does have 9 stolen bases on the year, but Gamelin now works out of the stretch of the pitch. Outside, it's a ball and no strikes. See if they use his speed. Evansville, since the very beginning part of the year, they haven't stolen as much as what they started the year doing. A little more reserved on the bases now. As the 1-0. Swung on, line drive into the gap left center field. That drops down for a base hit. It's going to be held to a single as Brocado was able to quickly get there and cut it off. As now runners on first and second for Pavin Parks.
Yeah, loud contact there, but maybe a little bit off the end of the bat. Didn't go as far as we've seen LJ hit baseballs, but still falls in some open grass, and now a big opportunity for Pavin Parks.
Number 11, Pavin Parks.
Parks, 4 homers on the year, 23 ribbies. He has drawn 24 walks. That leads this team currently. The left-handed hitter has been hot. And you love to see it because his offense is so important to this Evansville squad. The lefty awaits the first pitch from Gamelin. And it's inside for a ball, 1-0. Over the last 7 days, Parks a .353 batting average, .455 on base. Here's the 1-0 from Gamelin. Never mind, he steps off and pump fakes a throw to second, just trying to reset. It's its first disengagement. Bottom 1, 3-0 Florence, 1-0 the count with 2 outs to Pavin Parks, who has a runner in scoring position at second, and at first is LJ Jones. The 1-0. Swung on, high fly ball, deep right field, way back at the track. See ya! Tie ball game. Pavin Parks puts life back into this ballpark. Evansville, for the 3rd night in a row, scores in the first inning. That one, thanks to a 3-run game-tying shot off the bat of Pavin Parks.
And there it is, taking advantage of that mistake that extended the inning, a LJ Jones single, and then Pavin Parks sends that one out right field, and brand new ball game. We're tied up at 3. Now
Keenan Taylor, the batter. First pitch he sees. spins in there for a strike. It's 0-1. The pitch. Spins outside the zone that time. It's 1-1. That was Park's 5th homer of the year. Now has 26 RBI on this campaign. As the 1-1 from Gamelin. Catches the outside corner for a strike. It's 1-2. So Evansville and Florence tied at 3 apiece. Only in the first inning, and it's been a roller coaster of emotions already. Taylor awaits the 1-2 from Gamelin and takes it just high. Boy, what a take from Taylor. It's 2-2. Deuce is wild now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Gamelin begins the slow wind, kicks and fires. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So Taylor goes down swinging, first strikeout for Gamelin, but Pavin Parks, a 3-run shot, ties it at 3 apiece. We go to the second here on 96.9 WYIR and the Otters Digital Network.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com.
Parker Brahms will pitch once again with a tie after giving up 3 in that first inning. Boy, his offense picked him up. Hopefully, he can come out here and settle right back in.
Yeah, and you hope he just kind of gets that groove that he had been in coming into this game, kind of set that inning behind him and go out there and pitch the way we know he can.
It'll be Hiladio Moreno, Tyler Schoenfeld, and T.J. Reeves, the 3 due up. Moreno got the night off last night, did play in the first game of this series. Stands in on the left side. In that first game of the series, he had 2 hits, went 2 for 4, as well as a stolen base. The pitch is taken for a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Third baseman Pierce playing in, while the first baseman and Mendham playing back. The 0-1. Up and away for a ball. It's a ball and a strike. Moreno standing in on the left-handed side as the 1-1 from the righty and Brahms. Catches the inside corner on the fastball. It's 1-2 now. Now the pitch. High, 2-2. Florence 2-8 in their last 10. They've lost 3 in a row now, and boy, they're getting in some trouble here in the Central Division. 7.5 games back of first. 2-2. Outside ball 3, count is full. But Evansville taking advantage of this scuffling squad, at least the first 2 games of the series they have. Payoff pitch, fouled back and overhead. Guess what? That's our first overhead foul ball, brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best and never regret it. First one of this delayed ball game. We could have had so many by now.
We would have had so many. Probably would have had more. Probably would have had at least 2 more. Maybe 3.
Maybe. Payoff again. Missing inside just by about an inch, and that's going to lead Moreno to first base. Second time in a row that Florence begins the inning with a leadoff runner.
Our Hoosier Lottery strikeout pattern at second base.
Brings up Tyler Shaneyfelt.
Tyler Shaneyfelt.
Shaneyfelt, a high short chopper to the third, was able to beat it out with his speed. So an infield single for him on the night already. Left-handed bat awaits the pitch. Squares around a bunt. Ball gets away from Felix, and that's going to allow the runner now to get to second, so no need for a sac bunt. 1-0 as the ball missed inside. So now Florence right back and threatening. Save runner in scoring position at second. At the go-ahead run here in the top of the second, 3-3 the score. The 1-0 pitch. Squares around again to Shaneyfelt. That one catching the bottom of the zone for a strike, 1-1. Pierce aware of it, playing in on the third base side. Mendham playing in on the first base side as well. Middle infield back and at double play depth. The 1-1. Misses outside as Shaneyfelt once again squared around it but pulled back. 2 balls and a strike. So they're really trying to have Shaneyfelt bunt here, and with his speed, he places a good one down. He can beat it. The next one. That time he gets it down. Third base side. Charging is Pierce. Throws to first, and it's wide of Mendham and into the bullpen. 1 run is in. Shaneyfelt hustling. He's going to stay at second. Second error in as many innings for the Otters.
And that was just the speed of Shaneyfelt shining through, made Pierce rush to throw, and threw it high and wide of Mendham, and now Evansville's going to fight from behind once again, and Brahms going to have to do some more work to try to get out of this inning.
They give Shaneyfelt the hit, but the run scores on the throwing error. 4-3 Florence. Now here's TJ Reeves. And the first pitch he sees. Drops in there for a strike on the curve. It's 0-1. No balls and a strike. Infield straight up, same with the outfield. The pitch. Inside, 1-1. So a tough first inning plus here for Parker Brahms. Working through some traffic, giving up some early runs. Hopefully he can push this back and just get through this inning. Bite down and fight the 1-1. Swung on, line drive center field, sinking quickly, base hit. Shaneyfelt hustling around third. He's going to come in to score. Throw in from Cruz, not going to be in time. Nice job by Felix to cut it off as the throw almost got wide, which would have led to Reeves at second base. Make it 5-3 now with the TJ Reeves RBI single.
13, Hank Zeisler.
First 3 have reached here in this second inning, and the Yawls putting together some offense of their own. Quickly, too. Brahms, the first pitch now to Zeisler. Finds the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Zeisler doubled in that first inning. Eventually came around to score. Pickoff throw is not in time. Wind is pretty stagnant out there currently. Good crowd on hand for a Sunday afternoon game. As the 0-1. Swung on, lifted in the air, pretty well struck left field. Back on it, Taylor, near the track, near the wall, out of here. Hank Zeisler goes Oppo Taco for a 2-run shot, 7-3.
It's 11 on the year for Zeisler, and that was Just they change up the state a little bit too high, and once again the long ball hurting Parker Brahms.
So Brahms getting touched up early.
Left fielder.
7-3 the score. 4 runs have scored here in this second inning without an out being recorded. Now there's some action in the pen. Wiltsey up and going. The pitch. In there for a strike to Brocato, who now hits. Brocato 0 for 1. He popped out in the first inning. The 0-1 pitch. Low. 1-1.
And this is the Florence team that's really been playing the way they've been playing all year. They hit the ball hard and they hit the ball a lot. It's been their pitching that's been their struggle points for them.
The next one in from Brahms. Swung on, soft tapper to third. Charging is Pierce. Throw to first in time for the first out here of this second inning. Evansville finally recording an out here in this frame. And now Brendan Bobo, who drove in 2 with a single in the first, stands in. Tough outing here for Brahms, only an inning and a third in. 7 runs on 7 hits. For Florence, they lead at 7-3. The pitch swung on, tapper to first. Fielded by Mindham, he takes it to the bag himself for the out. 2 away. But we know this Evansville offense can score quickly. The only thing that's been a struggle so far this series is the middle innings for Evansville. They'll have to score in the middle innings here tonight to try and come back from this early deficit. See if the offense is primed for it. As now the pitch to Quinones is laced into right center and gets down for a knock. Quinones with a 2-out single here in the second to extend it. Second hit of the day already for him.
Hitter, 23, Craig Massey.
Don't look too much, but triple and homer away from the cyclist, Quinones. Now Craig Massey. Top 2, 7-3, Florence. 2-out runner on first. Brahms 1 out away from just trying to get out of it. The pitch misses inside for a ball, 1-0. A ball, no strikes. Ball gets away from the bullpen as time quickly called. Now we're back and ready. One-0. In there for a strike on the inner half. Fastball. It's a ball and a strike now. Infield straight up, same with the outfield with 2 outs here in the second. The pitch. Missing inside and near the back foot on the breaking ball. It's 2-1 now.
Catch the burnout donuts in right field.
Brahms steps off and steps back on. Time called now by the hitter. He steps in on the left-handed side, does Massey. Massey reached on an error back in the first inning, and time called again, telling Brahms to look in. So a warning there from home plate umpire Tyler Melhop. Two and one the count, and here it is. Just missing inside, 3-1. So a tough day at the office here for Parker Brahms through an inning and 2/3. 2 Evansville errors to go along with it, which doesn't help things. The 3-1 swung on, fought off foul, slicing the other way into left and out of play. It's 3-2. Payoff pitch now to Massey, the designated hitter. Brahms fires. Swung on, line drive, but right into the leaping glove of Paven Parks for out number 3. So Brahms finally gets out of the inning. 4 runs come across for Florence. They lead at 7-3 halfway through 2 on 96.9 WYIR and the Otters Digital Network.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and more can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Back here in the bottom of the second, Sean Gamelin on the bump here for Florence again. And boy, after Florence puts 2 up in the second, he now all of a sudden completely different feeling on the mound. I mean, the same way Parker Brahms felt, but he's now pitching with a 4-run lead here in the second frame.
The only thing Evansville can do right now is just go in there and attack him, work some good at-bats. He got 3 runs in the first, and you know you can hit the guy. You've done it before, so go out there and try to do it again. And even if you have to, or even if you can, get into the bullpen early, where they have not been as good as their starters have.
It'll be J.J. Cruz to lead us off here in the second inning. Cruz, the shortstop here tonight. A 3-run first for Evansville, but they do trail at 7-3 here in the bottom of the second. That's the first pitch. Right down Main Street, it's 0-1. Cruz, 236 the average, 3 homers, 23 RBI. 0-1 pitch. Swung on, little nubber up the middle, base hit. Cruz got himself jammed, but muscled it into shallow center field for a leadoff single. It was up and in on what looked like a breaking ball, and Cruz just able to find a perfect spot to put it, and it brings up Justin Felix. I know it's early, but you've seen it done before. Felix might be in line to place down a sacrifice bunt here.
Down by 4. Just doesn't seem like it's necessary. You need to get multiple runs here, but who knows?
1-0 now, the count to Felix. And here it is. Swung on and missed. It's 1-1. Cruz at first, nobody out. Just getting started here in the bottom of the second. 7-3 Florence. 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Just blew the fastball right by him at the top of the zone. 1-2. Felix does have pop, but he struggled this year. 1-2. Swung on, popped overhead. You know what that means. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it. Felix has drawn 12 walks this year, but the average is at 0.97. 1-2. Just missing inside was Gamelin, and it's 2-2. Really good take there from Felix. He has such a good eye at the plate. That's what still keeps him where he's at. That and his pitch calling ability. Pickoff throw to first, not nearly in time. Back with a dive was J.J. Cruz. He's also a great veteran presence in the clubhouse. Fun guy to be around. Count evened up at 2 against him in the pitch. Swung on, lofted in the air down the line left field, but getting out of play and foul. Will do it again at 2-2. Halfway through 2. 7-3 Florence. Florence with their 7 runs on 8 hits through the first 2 innings. Evansville 3 runs on 4 hits. They have also committed 2 errors. The Otters backstop, takes his time, and then steps back in. Gamelin works out of the stretch. Looks in to Quinones and sets. Hands belt high. Settles in and fires the 2-2. Swung on, bounced foul and through the third base coaching box. Do it once again. Felix battling. Two balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Runner on first, J.J. Cruz. He's not a threat, only 1 stolen base on the year. The pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Blew the fastball right by him. Second strikeout for Gamelin, and Felix goes down after a pretty long at-bat. It's now Ellis Schwartz. Schwartz, he hasn't gotten as much playing time as of late with the addition of Dennis Pierce, but he's been good when he's played. Defensively, he's solid out in center field, and the offense keeps up. First pitch he sees is taken outside for a ball 1-0.
His last start was in the series finale against Joliet, where he had a triple and a home run in a game where Evansville really didn't score too much. They only ended up with 3 runs on the day, and he essentially was responsible for 2 of those runs.
1-0. Never mind. It's made over to first. Back with a dive is Cruz. And it's so hard for baseball players specifically when you're not playing every day. You're not seeing live action every night. It's one of the hardest things to do in sports, really. Come off the bench and be a platoon guy. Swung on and missed there from Schwartz, 1-1.
And then, of course, we saw him in Game 1 here with the aggressive base running that helps lead the Otters to their win, that win in extra innings.
Top of the order due up next. 1-1 here to Schwartz. Swung on and missed. Way late on that fastball. It's 1-2. Schwartz is choking up on the bat a little bit. Left-handed hitter he is. Wears a shin guard on that front foot as well as an elbow guard. Just another one of these outfielders that obviously has plenty of potential, but the stacked outfield that Evansville has, boy, it's hard to break the surface. The pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Blew another fastball by him. That one above the zone. Third strikeout for Gamelin.
Jones, leadoff batter, third baseman, number 10, Dennis Pierce.
Brings up the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game in Dennis Pierce. Flew out on the first pitch he saw in the first inning to Moreno out in deep center field. He has popped 2 leadoff homers this year for him. 5 homers total, the pitch. Outside, it's a ball and no strikes. 392 is average coming into today, 1210 the OPS. Boy, he's been good in limited action since he's been signed. Just 13 games played, this is 14. The 1-0. Outside 2-0, so he's basically hitting a homer every other game. This guy's hitting a homer 2 to 3 times a week. Obviously don't expect him to keep that pace up, but it's impressive. 2-0. Missing high, 3-0. So you'd imagine he's taking all the way here, down by 4 in the second. The pitch to him. Bullseye, 3-1. Three balls, a strike, 2 away. Bottom 2, 7-3 Florence. Runner on first is Cruz. The pitch. Swung on, hit in the air, opposite way, gets down for a base hit in right. Cruz stays at second. So a 2-out single for Dennis Pierce extends the inning, and once again, 2 are on with 2 away here for Evansville.
First baseman, number 34, David Minton.
Now David Mindum, he grounded out to short his first time. He's been scuffling a tad, has Mindum. Mindum, such a confident left-handed hitter. Great control of the strike zone. First pitch to him from Gamelin is taken low. It's a ball and no strikes. Wiltsey's still getting warm over there in the pen, so we'll see if he comes in here in the 3rd inning or if they'll go with Brahms again. 1-0, inside 2-0. But with the off day tomorrow, you would think that maybe they're a little quicker to the bullpen, given that they do have that off day tomorrow. And you would really like to get this sweep against Florence here at home. Mindum ahead in the count, 2-0. It's on its way. Swung on, hit the opposite way, base hit into left. They're going to send the runner home and cruise. Throw in is cut off by Nieves. No throw at all to home. And the Otters, with their 4th run of this ball game, they now only trail by 3.
The Otters continue to stay hot with 2 outs. They have really turned it on, keep extending innings, and now you extend it to probably the hottest hitter in JT Benson.
He singled and came around to score on the Pavin Parks blast an inning ago. Here comes the pitching coach for Florence. Their bullpen is quiet, no one up and stretching even. And Galen, he's been getting 2 outs, but not able to finish the innings off strong. And I think that's more of a testament of this Otters offense than it is to the detriment of Gamelin. But boy, it's still frustrating as a pitcher when you are just in singular out away from an inning and these pesky bats just keep on hitting. Now you got to face the most dangerous part in the order with JT Benson, who's feeling it right now. LJ Jones, he's certainly feeling it, especially in this series. And obviously Pavin Parks with a 3-run blast after those 2. But we go a hitter at a time. Here's Benson, right fielder. On first is Mindum, on second is Pierce. Here it is. That one misses low. JT Benson now ahead in the count, 1-0. He is just so confident at the plate right now. It seems like every take, it's a confident take. He's not thinking about going. He's seeing the baseball so well at the moment. 1-0 after a couple of looks to second. 2-0 missing outside. Gamelin fires in. Inside 3-0 now. So now you wonder if he's going to even get anything close. Maybe with the force at any base, 2 outs. That's what you want. See if they attack him. 3-0 pitch. Up high, ball 4. Benson thought it was a strike, but will certainly take that base. Some barking from the Florence dugout as Benson strolls to first after that Deerhead side walk, cafe and bar, and bases are juiced for LJ Jones.
It's never a good look for an umpire when nobody moves after a pitch you call ball 4.
Or vice versa if everyone thinks it's strike three, or someone starts moving towards first, and it's called a strike. L.J. Jones swings and misses at
At least with
that
that,
one.
say at least with that situation, you can just say, "Oh, the batter's just trying to embellish it to get that call." But when the batter even thinks it's a strike,
Oof. A 1 pitch. Swung on and missed. 2 high fastballs that LJ took a hack at. He'll take his time.
you know, maybe Galen read the scouting report, saw that Evansville's not good with bases loaded.
True. I mean, that is a valid point. It's a valid point. Trying to do the opposite here and be good with bases loaded. The 0-2. Swung on, popped high in the air and foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. LJ singled an inning ago in the first. Here it is. Down and away for a ball, 1-2. At first, Benson. Second is Mindham. Third is Dennis Pierce. L.J. Jones, the hero 2 nights ago, up to bat, the 1-2. 2-2 misses below the knees. So 2 confident takes there from Jones. Pavin Park's on deck. He's already done damage. Deuces are wild. The pitch. Swung on, cue ball, foul down the first base side and eventually to the dugout. Count stays at 2-2. Bottom of the second, 7-4. Evansville trails. But the Otters threatening. They have runners all over the joint. They're loaded. Gamelin, hand just above the belt. Fires the 2-2. Swung on and missed on an up and in fastball. Gamelin gets out of it with his 4th strikeout of the night. Evansville strands the bases loaded, but they do get one back. It's 7-4 here on 96.9 WYIR and the Otters Digital Network.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you can be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com.
Back here in the 3rd inning, it's 7-4 in favor of Florence here in the top of the 3rd. Ryan Wilsey is in to pitch. His battery mate is Justin Felix. That pitcher-catcher battery brought to you by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. Wiltsey enters as the long relief option here for Evansville. We've seen him go long and good for Evansville so far this year. You hope we get that same performance here tonight.
Yeah, and hopefully he can just come in there and steady the ship and ideally keep Florence where they're at and allow this offense to try to scratch back.
So Brahms exits after giving up 7 runs on 8 hits. No strikeouts, did walk 1. Wiltsey, the first pitch into Nieves is swung on and lined into center field for a base hit. So Nieves welcomes Wiltsey into the game with a leadoff single.
Center fielder, 6, Eladio Moreno.
Here's Hiladio Moreno. He walked in the second inning to begin that 4-run frame for Florence. First pitch that he sees from Wiltsey, squares around, bunts it into the screen behind him. It's 0-1. Nothing in one. And the pitch. Squaring around again. Places it down to the third base side, fielded by Pierce. Throw to first. Is in time for the out. 1 away. Runner does advance to second on the sac bunt, so Florence with another runner in scoring position.
The Hoosier Lottery strikeout batter.
Now it's Tyler Schoenfeld.
0. Tyler Schoenfeld.
Schoenfeld is 2 for 2. An infield single and then a bunt single and reached on second via a throwing error. First pitch to him. In the dirt, a ball and no strikes. Schoenfeld, such a good leadoff hitter. Small in stature, but boy, he has some great speed and always battles up there. As the 1-0. Swung on, hit in the air to right. Hustling in on it is Benson. Makes the catch 2 away. Runner does not tag or test him. Boy, what a throw from Benson. He would have been out by a mile.
Very big arm, graced up by Pierce, not let it get by him.
If you couldn't guess by the couple of barks that we've heard, it's dog days of summer here today. All dogs welcome here at Bosse Field on Sundays. Tuesday night is $2 Tuesday as well after the off day tomorrow as we welcome Mississippi to town. Now the first pitch here to TJ Reeves as there's 2 away here in the top of the third. The pitch from Wiltsey is swung on and tapped to third. Backhanded by Pierce, but it lands just foul wide of the bag. 0-1. In case you're just joining us, 7-4, Florence in front. Boy, they had a good first 2. 3 in the first, 2 in the second, but Evansville responded and scored pretty well. 3 in the first, 1 in the second. That's how we're at 7-4. 0-1 now to Reeves. Missing down and away was Wiltsey, 1-1. Wiltsey, right-handed pitcher. He's not going to overpower you with his stuff, but he's been effective in long relief positions this season, and that's exactly what Evansville needs right here. The 1-1. High, misses with the fastball. It's 2-1. This game feels like that game we had a couple of weeks ago against Washington, where back and forth in those first 3 innings, and then middle inning settled down. Evansville was able to score late and eventually come away with a win. Hopefully that trend stays the same here tonight. The 2-1. Swung on and missed, 2-2. As we know, this Evansville team, they put up runs in a hurry when they really need to, and tonight seems like it's going to be one of those nights where they really need to. Deuces wild, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second base for Florence. 7-4, their lead, top 3. The pitch from Wiltsey out of the stretch. Called strike 3, down and away, corner. Ryan Wiltsey with his first German-American bank strikeout to strand the runner at second. We go to the bottom of the third, 7-4 Florence on 96.9 WYIR and the Otters Digital Network.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and more can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Bottom of the third coming up. Florence could not score on Ryan Wiltsey in the top half of this inning, and these Otters bats look to get back to work as they have the first two innings of this ball game. 7-4 the score. Evansville trails it, but we have gone back and forth. They've traded blows early here in this contest.
Yeah, and hopefully they can get some of those runners in. They stranded the bases loaded last inning, but hopefully if they can get some runners on, they can get them in. They've done so well hitting with 2 outs, but hopefully they can hit before 2 outs.
Update around the league. Top of the ninth between Brockton and Quebec. Brockton 5, Quebec 2. Brockton on the verge of sweeping the best team in the Frontier League, and boy, I don't think that's even a close race at this point. Pavin Parks to lead us off here in the bottom of the third. Big 3-run blast in the first to tie the ball game up at 3 apiece at the time. See what he does here to lead off this frame. That was his 5th home run of the season. The pitch. Squares around, places down a bunt, but it hits him and bounces foul. Boy, that would have been a good one, too, as both corners were playing back, and he bunted it down the first base line. And if he would have been able to hustle, that would have forced Gamelin to field his position. And never really know when you do that to a pitcher. Though some would say pitchers are athletes. 0-1 the count. The pitch. Missing outside. It's 1-1. Gamelin with a slow, methodical windup, but very fast out of the stretch. Doesn't seem to keep the same rhythm, which is very odd. Big deep breath begins the wind in the 1-1. Swung on and missed. It's 1-2. But he's seemed to be effective out of the windup. Both times when the Otters have put him in the stretch, they've got him in some trouble. As Gamelin begins that methodical windup, steps back, kicks, and fires. Missing high, and it's 2-2 now to Parks. Parks, one of these guys that, boy, oh boy, when he gets hot, it's hard to slow him down, and right now it seems like he's in one of those grooves. 2-2. Bender missing, up and away. Now count is full. Good at bat here from Pavin, battling back. So we will have a payoff. Bottom 3, 7-4, Florence in front. Here it is. Outside, ball 4. What an at-bat from Pavin Parks here to lead off the third inning.
And those have been the at-bats he's had so many of. He's just looked so confident and comfortable at the plate. We mentioned the average took a little bit to get up, but the on-base percentage has been so good for him this year.
That's the 25th walk he has drawn this season. Now Keenan Taylor. Taylor entered today with a 14-game on-base streak. He struck out in his first at-bat. First pitch, swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Seems to be a little bit of run on that fastball here today. And with the speed that Gamelin brings, sitting around between 91 and 93 on that fast one this evening. That's the 0-1. Swung on, fouled back and overhead. Overhead foul ball brought to you by Hedge Construction. Choose the best and never regret it. 0-2 the count. Taylor, another one of these guys that Evansville picked up, and he's proven that he belongs in this lineup every single day. 0-2. Swung on, laser down the left field line, base hit. It's going to roll up against the warning track. Heading on his way to third is Parks. He's going to stay there, and it's a Deerhead double-decker double for Keenan Taylor. So he extends his on-base streak now to 15 games with another double this year. That his 14th of 2025.
Ties Graham Brown with 14 doubles on the season. Just continues to hit the baseball and hit it hard.
Now J.J. Cruz, here it is, in there for a strike. And again, Gamelin looks very good out of the windup. But when Evansville's been able to get him into the stretch, they've hit the ball hard. The 0-1. Swung on, lofted in the air, shallow left. In on it is Brocado, and it drops down for a base hit. This is going to score one. A softly hit bloop RBI single for J.J. Cruz, 7-5 now.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Cruz today hasn't hit the ball as hard as we've seen him in the past, but he has 2 hits already, and the Otters threatening as they keep pushing back.
Florence bullpen now getting loose as there's a meeting on the mound between Quinones and his pitcher. Up and moving around currently is Bradley Wilson. We have not seen him this series yet. As now the home plate umpire and Tyler Melhop will go out to the mound as this meeting lasting a little longer than he maybe likes. Quick fist bump between both Gamelin and Quinones, and Quinones retreating back to his position behind the plate. Justin Felix is the batter. He struck out in the second, but had a long at-bat. Now with a chance here, really all you ask him to do is elevate the baseball. Just don't hit into that double play. It would score a run, but you still want a chance after Felix's at-bat to score another. Squares around, places a bunt down up the first base line. Here comes the runner and Taylor. He's going to score. Flip to first, no play! Justin Felix, a picture-perfect bunt down the first base line, 7-6 now.
I mean, you couldn't have placed that bunt any better. Did well enough. Taylor was going to score easily, and there was no one over covering first base.
Now Ellis Schwartz. Boy, this Evansville team, they can go blow for blow with anybody. 7-6 now. Florence still leads by 1, but nobody out here in the bottom of the third. 2 Otters on base. Schwartz, the batter, choking up a little bit on that bat. The left-handed hitter awaits the first pitch. And here it comes. Squares around, but pulls back 1-0. And now the first baseman, Zeisler, charging in hard whenever he sees Schwartz square around after what just transpired.
Yeah, and ideally you'd want Schwartz to bunt it down the third baseline, because not only would that be good enough to advance the runners, but with Schwartz's speed, he might be able to beat it out.
1-0. Squares around, places it foul down the third baseline, 1-1.
And if he does bunt it down the first baseline, that's probably out at third. Cruz is.
Dennis Pierce signifying a top of the order in the on-deck circle. Schwartz has a 1-1 count on him. 7-6 the Florence lead. 2 runners on for Evansville. Bottom 3, nobody out. The pitch, squares around again. Pulls back 2-1. And now you wonder how quickly they're going to try and get Bradley Wilson into the game. He's up and moving quickly. Zeisler about halfway down the first baseline, playing on the grass. 2-1 offering. Schwartz pulls back, takes a strike on the outer half, 2-2. And now with 2 strikes, we'll see if he still decides to, they still decide to have him place one down here. Time called by Schwartz.
So Zeiss over at first still playing as if he's going to square around and bunt. Schwartz does like to pull the baseball, too.
Zeisler a couple of steps back, still well within the infield grass. 2-2. Checked his swing. Did he go around? And the home plate umpire says he did. No appeal. And Schwartz goes down swinging. 5th strikeout.
It was close. I don't know that he was right, but there wasn't really anyone to appeal to because there isn't anyone down the third baseline, so he's in just as good a spot to make that call as any of the other umpires.
Here comes Chad Rhodes, and that is going to do it for Sean Gamelin. So when we come back, Evansville has a chance to tie the go-ahead runner also on base. 7-6 the score, bottom 3 here on 96.9 WYIR and the Otters Digital Network.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com.
15, Bradley Wilson into pitch. Wilson's on the mound.
It'll be Bradley Wilson into pitch for Florence. Wilson is new to this Florence team. Actually, no, it's just a number switch for him. This year at App State during his college season, he had a 4.35 ERA in 24 appearances, 68 innings pitched, had 53 Ks, a 7 K per 9. He had 5 seasons in college, but the 2025 at App State was his best, as overall his collegiate ERA was a 7.46. We'll see how he does here against Evansville. Last time out, Wilson went 2 innings against Windy City, gave up 2 unearned runs, struck out 3. That his only appearance of this season so far. We'll see how he does here against Dennis Pierce. Reminder, on first is Felix, on second, J.J. Cruz, 7-6 the score. Bottom of the third, Sean Gamelin's line not closed yet. He is responsible for both runners on base. The pitch, up and in to Pierce. It's 1-0. Wilson fires, swung on and missed on the up and in fastball. It's now 1 ball, 1 strike. Pierce is 1 for 2. He singled last inning. The pitch. Swung on, fought off foul and overhead. That overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best and never regret it. So a ball and 2 strikes. Only 1 away here in this third. Wilson, the right-hander, sets hands just above the belt, and out of the stretch, fires the 1-2. Swung on, high chopper, leaping grab by the third baseman, throw to second in time, the turn to first not in time. Bobo had to go high up in the sky to retain that one and bring it in, but the turn by the second baseman Shaney felt just not quite in time to turn two, but they do get the runner in Justin Felix. Runners now in the corners with 2 away for the Otters as David Mindham comes up. Mindham an RBI single in the second. First pitch he sees is low and briefly gets away from Quinones, but close enough to where no one advances. Count 1 ball, no strikes. So both teams now will be pitching a bullpen game. 1-0. Outside 2-0. They hope for both of these guys to give them multiple innings. Especially for Evansville, Ryan Wilsey, we know can do that. Wilson has gone 2 innings, as mentioned, against Windy City, but still unproven in the Frontier League anyway. The 2-0 swung on, fouled right back, 2-1. What a great 3 innings of offense from Evansville, but Florence just 1 run better. 7-6 the score, bottom of the third. Here it is. Outside 3-1 now. This already the 3rd time through the order for Evansville. Swung on, broken bat, base hit past the diving gloves of Nieves into left. Tying the ball game as Cruz comes in to score. David Mindham, his 2nd RBI single of the night.
Also, his 2nd broken bat of the night. He is racing through that wood.
Now JT Benson with a chance for a 2-out RBI. On second is Pierce. On first is Mindham. He walked his last plate appearance. He's 1 for 1, singled and scored in the first. The pitch to him touches the inside corner. It's 0-1. Seven to 7, bottom of the third. My goodness. Here's the pitch. Swung on, bounced to third, fielded by Bobo. Throw to first is in time by a couple of steps for the 3rd out. But the Otters send 8 to the plate and score 3 to tie it up at 7 apiece. We head to the 4th here on 96.9 WYIR and the Otters Digital Network.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Brand new ball game here at Bosse Field as we are all tied up 7-7. An offensive explosion for both of these squads, and Ryan Wiltsey on the mound trying to keep Florence off the scoreboard. He pitched a scoreless third inning in his first inning in this game.
And that's exactly what Evansville needed to get that momentum back, obviously scoring 3 in their half to tie it up. And all of a sudden, brand new ball game. Boy, this team here at home, they always find a way to fight back somehow. It never seems like they're going to get blown out here at Bosse Field. And right now, you hope that Wiltsey can do what he's proven he can do in the past, and that's go 3-4 really strong innings, and that gives you leverage to use some of your back-end guys, even though some of them probably unavailable, like Valdez, who's been used 2 nights in a row now. But we'll see. 3 nights in a row now as he pitched the last game on the road trip as well. But we'll see what Wiltsey does.
Both starters are now done. Both of them have left without the possibility of getting the lost gameland for Florence. It ends his night with 2 1/3 innings pitched, giving up 9 hits, 7 earned runs, 2 walks. He struck out 5. Brahms ended his day 2 innings pitched, 8 hits, 7 earned runs with a walk. First one to face Wiltsey this inning is Hank Zeisler. First pitch to him is taken for a strike, and he'll start ahead of him 0-1. Zeisler entering this ball game was 1 for 7 this series. The 0-1 pitch in the zone, and he's quickly ahead 0-2 of Zeisler. But in this one, Zeisler already a couple of hits. He's scored twice, also has 2 RBIs back in the first inning. Now he takes time as he tries to reset himself against Wiltsey for the first time in this game. It's Zeisler, Brocado, and Bobo, who also has a couple of RBIs. That pitch in the dirt. Zeisler holds up. Count moves to 1-2. Knotted up at 7-7 here in the top of the 4th inning. You mentioned it feels a lot like that Washington game, and it does. A lot of scoring early. And now it's still anybody's ball game. The 1-2 pitch hit high in the air towards center. Schwartz is going to move over to his left and then camp under it and bring it in for out number 1. Zeisler got under that one and stayed up with plenty of time for Schwartz to get it. And with 1 away, it moves the inning to Anthony Brocado. 0 for 2 on the day. Just 1 for 10 this series. First pitch in the zone for a strike, and Wiltsey starts ahead of another batter 0-1. 7 runs on 9 hits for Florence, 7 runs on 10 hits for Evansville. That one is popped up towards right. Parks at second base will camp under it and bring it in for out number 2. Quickly 2 away here in this 4th inning, and it's up to Brendan Bobo as the final hope for this 4th inning. Bobo 1 for 2, a couple of RBIs, and also a run scored. Stands in the left-handed batter's box. First pitch from Wiltsey. Just misses a bit inside, and he'll start behind this batter 1-0. Bobo entering play today at a .280 batting average. 5 home runs this year for Florence. 1-0 in the zone, evens the count up at 1-1. A healthy squat for Bobo. The 1-1 pitch. That one runs inside and it hits him. Just lost that pitch. Almost went behind him. And now there is a 2-out base runner on for Florence.
That's a little uncharacteristic there of Wiltsey. Usually has a pretty good feel for that breaking ball, but obviously right there, not a great feel for it at all. Just pulled it to the glove side and bounced it.
Extends the inning to the catcher, Michael Quinones, who is 2 for 2 this game. First game he's played this series. First pitch, just a bit high. He'll start behind Quinones 1-0. Quinones in his 19th game for Florence this season. The 1-0 pitch misses low. Now it's 2-0 all of a sudden. His first year of professional baseball, he's got a home run with 9 RBIs, and his limited action has a .338 batting average. And already, again, 2 hits tonight. Wiltsey set from the stretch, the 2-0 pitch. Finds the zone, gets back into the count, which moves to 2-1.
And those numbers really make you wonder why he's not playing every day. Maybe he's been hurt, but the numbers speak for themselves. He's been really good for this Florence team so far this year.
The 2-1 pitch from Wiltsey. Runner takes off. Pitch in the dirt. Felix from his knees. Throw down, not in time. Ball gets away from Cruz. Schwartz will quickly gather it in to keep that runner at second base, but a stolen base count now at 3-1 on a pitch that was too low. And see how Wiltsey tries to attack him now. We saw Zaid Richardson the first 2 games of this series at catcher. Wiltsey now behind 3-1. He looks into Felix, and he steps off and resets himself. Oh, and they're going to call a balk. So that runner advances 90 extra feet. Still need a hit or a mistake to score him, but .3-1 pitch to Quinones. Just inside, and that's going to be ball 4. Second free pass of this inning. And now it extends to the DH, Craig Massey.
Designated hitter, 23, Craig Massey.
Massey making his 30th appearance this season for Florence. And now in a big spot with a chance to give Florence the lead right back here in the top of the 4th inning. First pitch from Wiltsey. Misses low, and he starts behind him 1-0. So they're looking really good, especially in that at the beginning of this inning. He seems to have lost his command. Wiltsey is set. The 1-0 pitch to Massey. Inside 2-0. Shadows on the infield, or I should say just barely on the infield, on the edge, moving out. Some dark clouds behind the ballpark. 2-0 inside 3-0.
Well, whatever he had at the beginning of this inning and in that third where he looked good, and he's lost it. He needs to dial it in here.
Massey in his first game this weekend went 2 for 4 yesterday. Scored a run, struck out once. He's got a 3-0 count. Wiltsey the pitch in there for a strike. Back into the count, moves it to 3-1. Tonight, Massey 0 for 2. Stands in the left-handed batter's box, one of the 7 in the lineup today for Florence. That pitch in the zone for a strike. Count runs full, and the runner at first, Quinones, is going to get a head start. Action out in the Otters bullpen. Nolan Thebe up and warming up. Counts full to Craig Massey, still tied at 7-7. Payoff pitch. Hard hit into right. Benson fighting with the sun. And he's not going to have to move at all as he brings it in for out number 3. So Florence threatens with a couple of runners, but can't do anything with them. Still tied up at 7 as we head to the 4th inning. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network, Inter 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com.
The Otters up in the bottom of the 4th inning as we are still knotted up at 7-7. Evansville scored 3 in the 1st inning, 1 in the 2nd, and 3 in the 3rd as they look to try to continue that trend and score some runs here in the 4th to take the lead of this ballgame.
It would certainly be nice, especially after the way the first inning and a half went and how kind of dejected the ballpark felt. Boy, that 3 runs an inning ago really put life back in this ballpark and got the middle of the order up. And Jones, Parks, and Taylor, who are all 3 really good bats, it'll be really nice to get another one here, take the lead, and cruise to the rest of this ballgame.
L.J. Jones steps in the right-handed batter's box, singled his first time up, struck out last time. Struck out with the bases loaded. First pitch, low, starts ahead 1-0. Jones entering this ball game with a .316 batting average. He's 2 for 8 so far this series. That pitch in there for a strike, evens it up at 1-1. Including today, he is 3 for 9, or 3 for 10, I should say. 1-1 pitch to Jones, swings through that one, comes up with nothing. Count moves to 1-2. On the mound, Bradley Wilson in his first outing with Florence went 2 innings, gave up 2 runs. Neither of them were unearned, so he still has a 0 ERA. Trying to give them length in this outing, a former starter in college, at least during his sophomore and junior years. That pitch outside and low, count moves to 2-2. So it has been used to going long in games before. Looks into Quinones. Now he's set and delivers. The 2-2 pitch. Laced towards left field. Past the glove of Nieves. And a leadoff base hit for Evansville, and they're back in business right now.
Man, this offense just looks so good to begin this game in this first 3+ innings. The offense has been solid. They're feeding off of each other. It's just really fun to watch right now.
And now it's Pavin Parks, a long 3-run home run back in the first inning. Jump-started Evansville, then tied the game. He also earned a walk his last time up, and a great at-bat. First pitch, outside for a ball, and he starts ahead 1-0. Pavin has scored twice in this ball game with those 3 RBIs. His bat is scorching right now. That pitch runs high. Now it's a 2-0 count. Last 7 days for Pavin Parks, a .353 batting average, a .455 on-base percentage. Two-0 pitch to Pavin Parks. Just catches the corner for a strike. Counts at 2-1 now. Paven, the 6', 28-year-old. 2-1 pitch, swings at that one. Count evens up at 2-2. Four for 8 in this series. Two-two pitch, swung on and missed for strike 3. And a big out number 1 for Bradley Wilson. And with one away, it moves the inning, I should say, to Keenan Taylor.
Left fielder, number 12, Keenan Taylor.
Taylor doubled his last time at the plate. Now 5 for 10 this series. First pitch, fouled up and overhead. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Count 0-1 to the Otters left fielder. Oh, 1 chopper foul. Now it's to fight from behind 0-2. Runner at first, L.J. Jones represents the go-ahead run. We're tied up at 7 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Otters had to fight back early to being down 3-0 after the first inning, and then had to fight back again after going down 7-3 in the second inning, and they have done just that. Now the 0-2 pitch to Taylor. Fouls that one off, and we'll do it again. That one up at 95 miles per hour for Wilson. He reared back for that one, but Taylor able to keep up with it and stay alive. Hasn't really gone off speed, has Wilson. 0-2, there it is. Pulled the string, got Taylor swinging. And that is now 2 outs after that leadoff single from L.J. Jones. J.J. Cruz up next. He is 2 for 2 with a couple of runs scored in this game. Soft hit into left field, scored a run his last time up. First pitch. Chopper over the head of the first baseman, Zeisler. It's going to get into the outfield. Jones is going to round second. He's going to head for third, and he's going to get in there with no throw. And now the bases are, I should say, the runners on the corners with 2 aways. J.J. Cruz now 3 for 3 with 3 singles in this game.
The 2-out hitting today has been really spectacular. I mean, it seems like all the damage that Evansville has done has been with 2 outs, and now Justin Felix with a chance to get his second RBI of the night and put Evansville in front for the first time.
Justin Felix at the plate. Got a bunt single his last time up. First pitch misses. Just a bit high. Count moves to 1-0. Stands on the right-handed batter's box. 1-0 pitch swung through that one, evens up at 1-1. With that bunt single, pushes his average up to 109 this season so far. Again, a 309 OBP. Draws plenty of walks for Evansville. The 1-1 pitch, high, way out of the zone. 2-1 count now. Did have a 3-run home run earlier this season. That ended up winning the game for Evansville. Two-one pitch. Bender stays high. Now it's a 3-1 count. We'll see if Felix tries to jump on a pitch if it's grooved over the heart of the plate. Count 3-1 to the Otters catcher. That pitch stays high for ball 4. Now that will load the bases up for Ellis Schwartz. A Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar. Swartz still looking for his first hit in this game. Last time tried to square around a bunt in his first 2 pitches and then was called out on a check swing. Bases loaded in this 7-7 game. First pitch, swinging, chopper up the middle. Shaney Felt will bring it in and take it himself to second base to end the 4th inning. So the Otters strand the bases loaded once again. They've stranded 8 runs now in this game, and we're still tied at 7-7. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and 96.9 WYIR.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and more can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
New pitcher on the mound for Evansville is Yohan Gonzalez. Gonzalez on the mound, behind the plate. Justin Felix, that pitcher and catcher batter, is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. He enters during the Buffalo Wild Wings 5th inning. Time for the Buffalo Wild Wings 5th inning. Bottomless apps are now here. Dine and only. Visit either Evansville locations, 5405 Pearl Drive and 715 North Green River Road for details. So it's been a minute since we've seen Yohan Gonzalez in a ball game. So he tries to enter at this game and maintain this 7-7 tie. His last appearance was in Joliet, where he went 2 2/3 innings, gave up 5 hits, struck out 1, and allowed 3 earned runs, but didn't walk anybody in that outing.
The All-American Bryson Moore sent you.
Gonzalez enters with a 6.92 ERA. He's pitched in 26 innings. And as we mentioned, he's just had a couple of really bad games. Other than that, he's looked pretty good for Evansville, and hopefully they get the good version of Yohan Gonzalez here. Gonzalez from the windup will deliver the first pitch to Nieves. Outside for a ball. He starts ahead 1-0. Hey, Matt. Did I give you Yohan Gonzalez at 96 strikeouts? Okay, let's make sure. The 1-0 pitch to Gonzalez stays low, and now he's behind 2-0. Nieves at the plate. Went 2 for 4 last night with an RBI and a strikeout. 2-0 pitch swinging through that one. Count was 2-1. He is 1 for 2 tonight. Four for 9 this series. 2-1 pitch. Swings through that one. Got on a pitch low and away. Count evens up at 2-2. Gonzalez, the former affiliate of Padres. That one is fouled up and overhead. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Played with the Fort Wayne Tin Caps, just up north. 2-2 pitch, chopper foul, and we'll do it again. Nieves in a great battle here with Yohan Gonzalez. The 2-2 pitch, low for ball 3. Gonzalez, the 27-year-old out of the Dominican Republic, played 2 seasons with Bethune-Cookman before signing with the Padres. That one is chopped foul, and we'll do it again. Mentioned he played a couple of seasons with their high A ball team, the Fort Wayne Tin Caps. Had a 4.42 ERA during his 2 seasons. Payoff pitch, chopper towards Mendham, but it's going to go foul as well. Nieves continues to battle here against Gonzalez.
Yes, it is.
Next 3-2 pitch. In there for strike 3 looking. German-American Bank strikeout number 1 for Yohan Gonzalez. And with 1 away, moves to the 9-hole hitter, Eladio Moreno.
6, Eladio Moreno.
First pitch to Moreno. In there for a strike, starts ahead of him 0-1.
Some Frontier League news. Well, Quebec avoids a sweep. They come back and they win that game 6-5 over Brockton.
They're down 5-2 in the bottom of the 9th inning. That one is fouled off into the Y'all's dugout. Now he's behind 0-2.
They can't keep getting away with this, man. Just can't do it.
Gonzalez trying to retire the number 9 hitter. Yet to record an at-bat with a walk and a sac bunt. The 0-2 pitch, high and away. Count moves to 1-2.
And what makes that even better, that walk-off, they did it with a 2-out grand slam down 3.
That is moments you dream of as a kid. 1-2 pitch, backdoor breaker, just misses outside. Count evens up at 2-2. Next pitch to Moreno stays high. Now the count runs full. What a battle here from Moreno. First couple of batters against Gonzalez have battled against him here. Not going down easily. Payoff pitch inside for ball 4. So after being down 0-2, he earns a walk. And now there is a runner on back for the top of the lineup in Tyler Schoenfeld.
Hoosier Lottery strikeout batter at second base, 0, Tyler Schoenfeld.
Schoenfeld 2 for 3. A couple of high choppers allowed him to reach. Gonzalez from the stretch delivers the first pitch. Bender stays high and starts behind him 1-0. Still tied 7-7 here in the top of the 5th inning. 1-0 pitch, low for ball 2. The Otters have stranded 8 runners through the first 4 innings. That pitch misses, apparently. That's a 3-0 count.
I mean, that's right down the middle. It's right down the middle.
Florence has also stranded 6 runners. So both teams have left runners on base. And now a 3-0 count to the leadoff hitter. In there for strike 1. A makeup call.
Yeah, 100%.
Counts at 3-1. I'll say this. Used to catch, obviously this was elementary school age. 3-1 pitch, chopper past Mendham. That's a base hit. Runner will advance to second base, and with one away, there are runners at first and second.
Right fielder.
Did have an umpire admit to me, oh, I just missed that one. A couple of times, actually. It was a pitch that was right down the middle, and he's like, no lie, I missed that one.
It's all right, bud. That's crazy.
Well, what's funny is that I became an umpire as I got older to just earn some extra money. I umpired with that guy.
Did you miss one?
What?
He missed one that game?
Oh, I have no idea. No, he definitely didn't. He's my partner. I don't. My partners always get it right. T.J. Reeves at the plate, runners at first and second. Gonzalez on the mound will look back at second. Runner over there, Moreno. Still the first pitch here to Reeves. In there for strike one. Gets ahead of him 0-1. Moreno over at second base. Obviously, stealing third base incredibly harder than stealing second base, but he has 3 for 4 in stolen base attempts if they wanted to try to attempt a double steal. Gonzalez, the 0-1 pitch. Bender. Front door finds the door, and count evens up, or count moves to 2-2. Count moves to 0-2. Sorry, took a look at the U.S. soccer game, and Costa Rica just tied it up 2-2.
Oh.
Count now 0-2 to T.J. Reeves. That pitch missed it just a bit low, and count moves 2-1, 1-2. Have that backwards. Reeves trying to improve his 1 for 3 day. Just 2 for 10 this series. Does have a couple of RBIs to his name. 1-2 pitch. Blew the fastball by him. Strikeout. German American Bank strikeout number 2 for Yohan Gonzalez. And with 2 away and runners still at first and second, it's up to Hank Zeisler to try to extend this inning. And why not him? 2 hits, 2 RBIs, 2 runs scored. Go ahead, runner at second base is Moreno. Schoenfeld over at first. Zeisler with his 11th home run earlier in the game. First pitch taken for a strike. Starts ahead of him 0-1. Big time bat in the middle of this Florence lineup. Oh, 0-1 count to the Y'all's first baseman. But first a check over at second base, still nothing doing over there. Zeisler making his 43rd start for Florence this season. A .550 slugging percentage. 0-1 pitch, fastball outside. Count evens up at 1-1. Zeisler played his final season with Missouri before joining Florence. That pitch, low and in. Count moves to 2-1. His senior season, he had 15 home runs, hit to a .291 batting average. He's hitting at a .291 batting average entering today's ball game. The 2-1 pitch to Zeisler. In there for strike 2. Even up at 2-2. Gonzalez trying to strand a couple more runners here for Florence. Runners at first and second, 2 outs. A 2-2 count here in the top of the 5th inning. Otters and Y'alls tied up at 7. Both teams scored 3 runs in the first, 4 for Florence in the second, followed by an Evansville run, and then 3 in the bottom of the 3rd. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss for strike three. Another German-American bank strikeout. He strikes out all three for his outs. And he pitches scoreless. We head to the bottom of the fifth, still knotted up at 7 on the Otters Digital Network, Inter 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VANDCASA.com.
We head to the bottom of the fifth inning. Both teams have 7 runs. Both teams have stranded 8 runners. The Otters have stranded the bases loaded twice, including last inning. He also stranded 2 in the third inning. So we'll see if Evansville can get some of those big hits. They've had some big hits. Obviously still scored 7 runs. But, man, it hurts when you look back at some of the opportunities they've had that they haven't been able to cash in on.
It really does, especially when you look at the past 3 innings, and they've scored 8 in the last 3, and they've stranded 8 in the last 3 innings, and 2 of those innings you stranded the bases loaded. So you really hope that as this game goes on, we've scored a lot of runs already, but you would really like to take advantage of some of those opportunities that you have missed despite scoring the 7 runs you've got.
We're back to the top of the lineup. The Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game, Dennis Pierce, leads us off here in the 5th inning. The Buffalo Wild Wings 5th inning. Bottomless apps are now here. Dine and only. Visit either Evansville location, 5405 Pearl Drive and 715 North Greenville Road for details. First pitch taken for a ball. Gonna admit I said 5405 and I completely thought I got that wrong. Turns out I was right.
It's the hunger kicking in.
1-0 pitch to Pierce. Swings through that one. Comes up empty. Evens it up at 1-1.
I've said this multiple times. It's evil that they put this read in the 5th.
Should be in the first right after we eat.
Agreed. I'm ready for some bottomless apps.
The B-Dubs first inning. 1-1 pitch, chopper up the middle. Nieves brings it in. Throw to first just in time. And the Otters with 1 away here in the 5th.
Now, I guess a good thing for the Otters here tonight, all of their runs have been scored with 2 outs. So the 2-out hitting has been good so far tonight. So we'll see if that continues.
Extends the inning to David Mendham. Steps into the left-handed batter's box. A couple of hits for him, a couple of RBIs. A couple of RBI singles for Mendham. First pitch to him, taken outside for a ball, and he starts ahead 1-0. Mendham came into this game, this series, 0 for 7. A couple of walks, but already 2 hits in this game. That one is fouled up and overhead. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it. With it, evens it up at 1-1.
Never regret it.
Bradley Wilson out there for his 3rd inning of work. Came in with 1 away in the 3rd inning. He's still here in the 5th. There is warming up going on in the Florence bullpen. That one is chopped foul. Now Mendham has to fight from behind 1 and 2. Mendham at batting 2nd in the lineup today for Evansville. He was batting 3rd last night. 1-2 pitch. Chopper back up the middle towards the pitcher, Wilson. He will take it in, run it over, and make a short toss to first for out number 2.
Right fielder, JT Benson.
JT Benson, the last hope for the Otters here in the 5th. Home run number 7 last night for him. He's homered in back-to-back ball games. He is a big-time hitter here at home. 6 home runs. First pitch to Benson. Low and away for ball 1. That pitch, Bender just caught the bottom of the zone, evens it up at 1-1. Wilson set from the stretch, the 1-1 pitch. Bender doesn't bend enough. Count moves to 2-1. Next pitch inside again. Count at 3-1 for JT Benson. Benson's 7 home runs. 4 of them have been solo. A 2-run home run and 2 3-run home runs. Both of those coming in first innings. That pitch checked his swing, but he foul-tipped it. Counts full. Talked about the Quebec Grand Slam. The Otters still without a Grand Slam this year. Part of a byproduct of just not hitting the ball well with the bases loaded. Counts full to the Otters' right fielder. Wilson set, delivers. High fly ball. Pop up in the infield. Wilson's going to take it himself and catch it for out number 3. So the Otters go down 1-2-3 here in the 5th. We head to the 6th, still knotted up at 7. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network in 96.9 WYIR.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Yohan Gonzalez back out there for another inning of work. Dealt with a couple of base runners, but struck out all 3 batters he retired in the 5th inning. Back here in the 6th, trying to keep this 7-7 game where it's at.
He's looked good in that 5th inning, and we saw a bit of the control issues there with 1 walk to Moreno, but he made good pitches, just got the wrong end of a couple of calls, and then the single to Schoenfeld, but worked around that traffic well. Hopefully this 6th inning he looks just as sharp.
Face Anthony Brocato, Brendan Bobo, Michael Quinones in this inning. Brocato 0 for 3 in tonight's ball game. First pitch high for ball 1. Just 1 for 11. The Otters have done a fantastic job keeping him down. That 1 hit came in the 1st inning of game number 1. He's got a 1-0 count. Gonzalez pitching from the stretch here. Pulled the string out in front was Brocato. Count evens up at 1-1. So we've seen this sometimes where Yohan switches between pitching from the stretch and from the windup. Let's just feel more comfortable from the windup tonight. The 1-1 to Brocato. Pulled the string, and he laced it into left field. Left it a little bit too high up. Brocato's going to try to turn it into a double. He slips in between first and second base. Pavin takes it. He's going to tag Brocato, and he runs in 2 and out for out number 1.
That's the 2nd time this series we've seen a runner do that. L.J. Jones did the same thing. He tried to get back to first base but fell. That time Brocato tried to put the Jets on and just lost his footing in between first and second. I mean, we'll take it, that's for sure, but boy, that's tough for Brocato.
So instead of a leadoff base runner, there's one away for Brendan Bobo. Bobo is 1 for 2 tonight. A couple of RBIs to his name. He scored a run. First pitch in there for strike one. He starts ahead of him 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch. Pulled the string out in front of it. Now it's an 0-2 count. Has had some good stuff. He's been able to keep these Florence batters off balance for the most part. The 0-2 pitch from Gonzalez. Chopper foul, and we'll do it again. No one warming up in the Otters bullpen. This is Gonzalez's inning. Set from the stretch. The 0-2 pitch stays high. Count moves to 1-2. It's almost the exact same script from the Washington game. Early runs, then everything settled down. The 1-2 pitch fouled it off, and Bobo will not go down without a fight.
And you hope in games like this that your pitching is able to settle it down, but man, it's frustrating when your offense settles down as well, especially when you come all the way back to tie the ball game and what felt like a really big deficit early on.
Count still 1-2 to Bobo. The pitch, swing and a miss for strike 3. German-American bake strikeout 4 and strikeout number 100 for Yohan Gonzalez's professional career. And he has been on point tonight. 4 strikeouts through an inning and 2/3. And now it's Michael Quinones who just refuses to get out. He is 2 for 2 tonight with a walk and an RBI. Again, the first game he's played this series, and he has taken advantage. First pitch from Gonzalez, high and away. And he'll start behind Quinones 1-0. They play him to pull. Pierce way off the third baseline. 1-0 pitch in there for strike 1. Counts even up at 1-1. Just caught the back corner, or bottom corner. One pitch inside for ball 2. Gonzalez in his 15th game for Evansville this season. Has oftentimes gone multiple innings. Does the same here. The 2-1 pitch to the All's catcher. Chopper towards first. Minham's going to take it in and take it himself to first base for out number 3. So Gonzalez goes 1-2-3 and gets strikeout number 100. We're still tied up at 7 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org.
We head to the bottom of the 6th inning, still knotted up at 7. Will Karsten, the new pitcher in for Florence. Karsten on the mound. Quinones behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call it 812-475-9000. So Karsten enters. He pitched back in game number 1, came in and pitched the 10th inning and gave up that run that allowed Evansville to win game 1 of the series.
Evansville Otters baseball. Well, the bullpen, 14 Will Karsten.
He had 2 intentional walks. Both went as walks on his record, but both of them were intentional, and he'll face L.J. Jones, Pavin Parks, and Keenan Taylor. L.J. Jones was the guy that walked it off against him back in game 1. Jones at the plate. 2 for 3 on the day with a run scored and a strikeout. First pitch outside for ball 1, and he gets ahead. That one strikeout was with the bases loaded. The Otters have struck out twice with the bases loaded in this game. 1-0 pitch in the zone for a strike, evens it up at 1-1. And now we're going to have a conversation on the mound, so it must have been some miscommunications there between Karsten and Quinones. Karsten has been so good. He's gone 5 straight appearances without allowing a earned run. The run he gave up in the 10th inning, of course, was unearned as he came in with a runner at second, the international tiebreaker runner. Pitcher chopped up the middle, brought in by Shaney Felt. Toss over first for out number 1. 7 1/3 innings without giving up. 7 1/3 innings without giving up a run. And with 1 away, it's Pavin Parks. Trying to improve on his 1 for 2 day. Had that 3-run home run. He's earned a walk. He also struck out his last time up. The first pitch to Pavin. In there for a strike. He starts behind 0-1. So Karsten has come in and looked sharp against the first couple of batters. Working quickly. The 0-1 pitch to Parks. Inside, evens it up at 1-1. Parks stands tall in the left-handed batter's box. That pitch runs outside. Now it's a 2-1 count. Pavin at second base today for the first time this year. He's played a solid second baseman. The 2-1 pitch to Parks. Hard hit into deep right field. Reeves on his way back to the track, to the wall, and he does it again. Pavin Parks, another home run, and that's going to be RBI 300 on Pavin Parks' career, and he has given Evansville a 8-7 lead. That ball was exterminated by McMahon Exterminating. Remember, who can help with all your pest control needs, McMahon can. He goes into that dugout, gets the home run chain, and now Evansville with a lead. First pitch to Keenan, runs up and in. He's ahead 1-0. That pitch misses outside. Now it's a 2-0 count. Taylor fouls that one off. Count moves to 2-1 to Taylor. For those that were interested in my talk about the USA game, they're tied 2-2 going into extra time. That one is laced up the middle over the head of Shaney Felt, and Taylor follows up that home run with a base hit, and with 1 away and a runner at first, moves the inning to J.J. Cruz who has been on fire. He is 3 for 3.
The shortstop, number 17, J.J. Cruz.
Cruz did not play in last night's game. Is now 4 for 7 this series. First pitch to Cruz, inside for a ball, and he starts ahead 1-0. Taylor over at second started on fire this year, as you mentioned. A lot of running early in the season. He's been caught 4 straight times in stolen base attempts. Throw over to first, not in time. He gets back safely. So middle of the lineup from L.J. Jones down to J.J. Cruz has been excellent tonight. The 1-0 pitch, Taylor does take off, swinging strike. Throw it in a second in on a bounce, and it is in time. So he gets caught stealing once again for out number 2. Bang, bang play over at second. Pretty good jump for him, but a better throw. And man, I think he might have been safe. Looked like he might have avoided the tag. Either way, counts 1-1 to J.J. Cruz. Now there are 2 away and no one on. Swinging strike on a 82 changeup. And now he's behind 1-2. The Otters now leading 8-7 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pitch, high pop-up towards right. Shaney Felt's going to track it, and he is going to get under it and bring it in for out number 3. So the Otters go down in the 6th, but not before a Pavin Parks home run, his second of the night, gives them an 8-7 lead. We head to the final 3 frames here at Bosse Field on the Otters Digital Network, Inter 96.9 WYIR.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and more can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Yohan Gonzalez back on the mound here for the 7th inning. 8-7 now. Evansville in front after a Pavin Parks solo shot in the bottom of the 6th. I'm Riley Angel alongside my partner Lucas Macklin. It's been back and forth all game. Really, the middle innings slowed down a little bit. Florence hasn't scored since the 2nd. Evansville, before that solo shot in the bottom of the 6th, hadn't scored since the 3rd. But now Evansville with the lead, and hopefully the bullpen can hold up and do what it's done so far against this Florence team down the stretch. The bottom 3rd due up, Craig Massey, the first to battle Yohan here in the 7th. Gonzalez has pitched well through 2 innings, 4 strikeouts for him, including strikeout number 100 on his career an inning ago. Gonzalez, the right-hander, sets and fires. Misses that one outside, a ball and no strikes. Sun beginning to set. Not quite fully dark here just past 8 p.m. Central Time in Evansville, Indiana. The 1-0. Inside, gets away. It's 2-0. And this one did get off to a delay to begin, about a 30, 40-minute delay. 5:43 was the official first pitch time. We were originally scheduled for a 5:05 start, but some showers that looked like they were going to hit us hard came into the area, eventually missed us, and we are able to get this ball game in, which is really great. 2-0 now to Massey, the designated hitter. Swung on, line drive, snagged at short by J.J. Cruz. A leaping grab as it was tailing away from him, one away. Nice play there by Cruz over at short. Now brings up Hector Nieves. The bullpen quiet for Evansville. Nieves 1 for 3. He singled back in the third inning, did not come around to score. And the first pitch he sees, bends below the knees on the curve, ball and no strikes. Evansville would really like this win as the pitch. In there, 1-1. Especially with Lake Erie losing today 10-3. As the 1-1 pitch from Gonzalez. Swung on and blasted foul out of play to the right side. It's 1-2. Overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best and never regret it. So a ball, 2 strikes, and an out. And the 1-2 pitch. High, 2-2. So if Evansville were to win tonight, they would climb within a game of Lake Erie for second place as the 2-2. Swung on, line drive, down the line, fair ball off the glove of Mendham. He can't field it on the ricochet, and it's going to be an infield single for Hector Nieves.
Center fielder.
Just a tough play for Mendham, but his ability to get the ball or get his glove on the ball does save extra bases because that one was heading towards the corner, and it probably would have allowed Nieves to get to second.
Now it's Hiladio Moreno. He's reached twice via the walk. Has yet to register an official at-bat as he had a sac bunt in the third. So he's 0 for 0. The pitch. Swung on, sliced the opposite way, tailing foul out of play near the Florence bullpen down the left side. It's 0-1. Moreno, a guy that fields his position out in center field very well. And boy, center field, one of those premier spots. Shortstop and catcher, the other two, where defense almost matters more than offensive output. The 0-1. In there for a strike, 1-0-2 now. Nolan Thebe back up and warming for Evansville in the pen. Gonzalez looks towards first and sets out of the stretch, the 0-2. A little high on the fastball, a ball and 2 strikes. Evansville, off day tomorrow. Mississippi comes to town Tuesday through Thursday as the 1-2. Swung on, bounced to first, stepping on the bag is Mendham. Throw to second is in time as the tag is applied. A 3-6 double play, Hoosier Lottery double play to end the 7th. 8-7 the score. We go to the bottom half. It's time to stretch here at Bosley Field on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network.
guys two are going to sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game, so here's the song. Game, take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back, and we'll root for the Otters. If they don't win, it's a shame. Or it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Well, following next on our special singer.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com.
Carter Hines now into pitch. Behind the plate is Michael Quinones. This pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. Carter Hines, the new pitcher, pitched against Evansville 2 days ago in the opener, went 2 innings, did not allow a run on 2 hits, struck out 1. See how he does here against 8-9-1. It's Felix, Schwartz, and Pierce, the 3-2 up.
And he almost exclusively used the fastball against Evansville, so we'll see if that was just a one-night thing or if that's just the way he pitches.
First one into Felix. In there for a strike on the fast one, 0-1. Felix, right-handed hitter, is 1 for 2. And the pitch. Swung on, high fly ball, fairly shallow into left. Out on it, the shortstop Nieves, who makes the catch for the first out. Now Ellis Schwartz.
Number 3, Ellis Schwartz.
Schwartz is 0 for. He has struck out twice, grounded out. See how he does here in the 7th. Evansville still with Phoebe warming up in the pen. As the pitch is swung on and lifted in the air to center. Coming in on it is Moreno, who makes the catch on the liner for the second out. So there's some tough luck for Schwartz, and it turns the lineup over, brings up the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game, and Dennis Pierce. Pierce has a hit that was back in the 2nd, a single. Also reached on a fielder's choice. The pitch is inside, a ball and no strikes. Hines looks in, steps back, kicks and fires. Up and away, 2-0. So it seems the fastball game plan is certainly sticking. Pierce ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. Here it is. Low, 3-0. Boy, I'd love to see his numbers on the percentages of which he throws his pitches. Fastball has to be over 90%, you would think.
Well, at least that's what he's been here in Evansville.
3-0. Called a strike on the inner half. 3-1. Hines agrees and begins the windup. Here it is. Fastball inside, but missed into the backstop. So Dennis Pierce reaches via the free pass, and now David Mindham will have a chance.
Sidewalk, Cafe and Bar. First baseman.
Mindham 2 for 4. 2 RBI singles tonight. See how he does against the left-handed thrower in Hines, who fires, and it's up and in for a ball, 1-0. So Hines has now thrown 5 straight out of the zone since entering today's ball game. 1-0 pitch. Misses outside, 2 balls and no strikes.
And with the way this Florence team can hit the ball, and again, more than likely with no Valdez tonight, would love to get some insurance runs here in one of these innings.
Mindham ahead in the count. Here it is. Swung on, lifted in the air left side. Racing after it is Bobo in foul territory, but he runs out of room. It's 2-1 now. It's interesting that even with only fastballs, it seems that these hitters just not quite able to square him up.
It does seem like there's a lot of movement on his fastball.
2-1 the count. The pitch. Missed up and in, 3-1. Florence does have the bullpen active, so they're not going to leave Hines stranded out there in a 1-run ball game. It's Connor McKay. 3-1 pitch to Mindham. Inside, ball 4. So 2 straight Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar. And now 2 runners on with 2 out for JT Benson. And here comes Chad Rhodes. I don't think he's going to take any chances here. Hasn't signaled yet. So we'll wait to see. Currently just talking to Hines. He's walked 2 straight. Again, exclusively using the fastball tonight.
It's one of these games, I know we still have 2 months to go, but it almost feels like a must-win to just stay alive in the hunt as the calendar turns to June. Because you've already lost 2 in this series. You're already, 7.5 out. And with Washington winning, you really don't want to drop this game in a sweep fashion.
Well, Rhodes is going to stick with his arm out there in Hines and see how it does. And you're right, for Florence, this is absolutely has that feeling of the must-win game. And
especially whenever you're able to get to Brahms early and get him out of the game in the second.
Yeah.
Right fielder, number 9, JT Benson.
Now JT Benson. Man, Evansville would love just a run or 2. Even 1 feels huge. First pitch to Benson. Missing outside. And it's 1-0. Boy, Hines just struggling with finding the fastball right now.
And it can be just so hard. When you only have 1 pitch, they know what's coming and they can set up for it. You're basically tipping your pitches in that situation.
1-0 high. 2 balls, no strikes. And you would have to think, if he walks Benson here, that's the night for Hines. Two and 0. Swung on, fouled up and overhead. That overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best and never regret it. Count 2 balls and a strike. Hines looks in, sets. He works out of the stretch, hands just above the belt. 2-1. Up and in, ball 3. 3-1 now. Man, Evansville looking to load the bases on 3 straight walks. LJ Jones on deck. He has a 2-hit day. Mackay getting loose in the pen. The 3-1 pitch. Low, ball 4. Bases are loaded for L.J. Jones. 3 straight for Hines.
Designated hitter, number 20, L.J. Jones.
L.J. Jones bats, and Chad Rhodes is going to stick with his guy here. First pitch. Swung on, high fly ball, fairly well hit left field. Back on it, Brocato at the track, at the wall, makes the catch. L.J. Jones just misses, opening this game up. We end the 7th. 8-7, the Otters lead it. They strand the bases loaded on 96.9 WIR on the Otters Digital Network.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Yohan Gonzalez out, Nolan Thebe in. Nolan Thebe this year has made 7 appearances and in 10 innings has struck out 9, given up 2 runs, a 1.64 ERA. The one thing that has been an issue, he has 8 walks, though 4 of them came in his last appearance in Gateway just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, the outing in Gateway, he just struggled with command. Gave up 2 hits, 4 walks, but was able to work through it without giving up a run. And that's what you like to see from your pitcher that is struggling with command a little bit, is being able to work through it. So it was good to see from him there, and hopefully he gets back to where we've seen him be. It has just been dominant at throwing strikes and getting strikeouts.
So it'll be Shaney Felt, Reeves, and Zeisler. The 3 do here as Thebe will work to the top of the order. Shaney Felt, 3 hits tonight, 3 for 4. He's having himself a game. Thebe looks in, sets, begins the motion, and the pitch. That one high had Shaney Felt leaning back, a ball and no strikes. Infield straight up, except for Pierce, who plays a little bit in. Outfield straight up as well. The 1-0. Just misses low. It's 2 balls, no strikes. So Shaney Felt quickly ahead in the count. And the next pitch from Thebe. Up and in, ball 3. A hot, sticky night here tonight in Evansville, and thunderstorms expected through the night and the early morning tomorrow. That's the 3-0 pitch. Finally finds the zone, 3-1. Thankfully, tomorrow, though, looks nice. And it's not going to be as hot, mid-80s. It's a welcome sight around here. 3-1 pitch. Outside, ball 4, and that's going to be a leadoff walk to Shaney Felt.
Those were a couple of those late pitches in that at-bat, just nibbling the zone, just not getting the call.
Chirping from the Evansville dugout throughout that at-bat. You know it's been hot whenever The weatherman says a cold front is moving in and it's 85 degrees and sunny. That's the cold front. My goodness. First pitch now to TJ Reeves. Catches the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Cheney Felt has not tried to steal so far tonight. But we know he has the speed. He has 10 on the year. Big situation here in the 8th. Close ball game. Wouldn't be surprised if he takes off. The 0-1. There he goes. Up high for a ball. Throw down from Felix. Gets into center field. But Cheney Felt not able, as it's bobbled in center by Schwartz. Cheney Felt not a quick enough reaction to try and swipe third, but does swipe second. His 11th stolen bag. Count 1-1 here to Reeves.
The Otters just all year have struggled at getting that throw down cleanly. And a couple of times in stolen base attempts, the ball has gone into center field.
Reeves, a dangerous hitter. Now with the tying run at second, the 1-1. Swung on, grounded up the middle, base hit. Cheney Felt is going to come around to score easily with his speed, tied up at 8. So an RBI single for TJ Reeves, his second RBI hit of the night. Nobody out here in the top of the 8th. Now brings up Hank Zeisler. And the bullpen's so thin right now that it's hard to really know who would be up next in line. Maybe Nick McAuliffe. He didn't pitch last night. Here's Zeisler, the first pitch from Thebe. That one finds his own on the inner half. It's 0-1.
Yeah, now those 11 runners stranded. Really looming large right now in this game for Evansville.
3 times they've left the bases loaded. The 0-1. Never mind, a pickoff throw, not nearly in time. It's been back and forth all series. Both games decided by 1 run. And really the season series has been close as well as the 0-1 pitch. Outside nearly got away from Felix, but didn't. 1-1. So really expecting nothing different here, but boy, it hurts whenever you put such a good offensive effort together, not able to capitalize on so many opportunities, and then in the late stages, the opposing team ties it up. The 1-1. Swung on and missed, 1-2. Big swing from Zeisler there. He tried to make it 10-8. A ball, 2 strikes, runner on first. 8-8 the score, top 8. Thebe sets, begins the motion, and the 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Blew the fastball by Zeisler, a German-American bank strikeout for Thebe, his first.
Left fielder, 7, Anthony Brocato.
Now it's Anthony Brocato. He's 1 for 4, but when trying to get a double, fell and was caught in a rundown and tagged out in the 6th. The first pitch he sees is down and away for a ball, 0-1. Man, you would really like a ground out here, wouldn't you?
So you get those bats back up and allow your offense to try to give you a lead.
The 1-0. Swung on and missed. It's 1-1. Thebe, deep breath. Looks in, sets. A ball is striking out. Here it is from Thebe. Swung on and missed. Blew by the high fastball again. 1-2. Reeves, small lead over at first. 1-2 pitch now to Brocato again. Missing just high, 2-2. Count evened up. Phoebe trying to get the second out of this 8th inning. Here it is. Way inside, really missed his spot there. It's 3-2. The beginning of this game was littered with scoring. It slowed down since the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, blasted. High and deep left field, no doubt about it. Keenan Taylor at the wall. Can't see it as it's in the parking lot.
I don't know where that ball landed.
Probably back in Florence. About 3 hours away. Make it 10-8 as Brocato with one of the longest homers I've seen in this ballpark this year.
Third baseman, 3, Brendan Bobo.
So 10-8 the score. Florence comes back. And now here's Brendan Bobo. Energy just sucked out of this ballpark right now. First pitch here to Bobo. Catches the inner half. Count 0-1. Bobo tonight, as the next pitch from Phoebe is in. Swung on and missed, 0-2. He has 2 RBI, 1 for 3. Was hit by a pitch in the 4th. The 0-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Second German-American Bank strikeout for Nolan Thebe. Brings up Michael Quinones.
Strikeouts. Catcher, 71. Michael Quinones.
Quinones is in the middle of a 2-hit day. He's 2 for 3. He walked, doubled, and singled. Again, one of these guys with really good numbers as the first pitch to him. Swung on and missed, 0-1. But doesn't play every day for Florence. Oh, 0-1 the count. Here it is from Thebe. Takes a strike on the up and away corner. Thebe quickly ahead, 0-2. So Evansville will have some work to do in their half of the 8th and the 9th. We've seen them do it before, and they've shown they can score in a hurry. 10-8 the score, top 8. 2 outs for Thebe, the 0-2 pitch from him to Quinones. Swung on, fouled up and away. Count stays at 0-2. Thebe once again out of the stretch. Here it is. Swung on, soft tapper, foul down the first base side. Y'all's backstop awaits another 0-2. He's battling. Here it is. Up and away for a ball, 1-2. No one up for Evansville in the pin. Mackay still going for Florence in their side. So you would imagine it would be him in the 8th. The 1-2. Swung on, line drive, base hit left field. Quinones, with his 3rd hit of the night, puts a 2-out runner on for Florence and brings up Craig Massey.
Designated hitter 23, Craig Massey.
Just one of those inside-out swings. Threw the fastball in on him, and he placed it perfectly out in left center field.
Max Peterson is going to come out and talk to his guy in Thebe. So I'll remind you once again that Evansville is home Tuesday through Thursday this week. facing Mississippi, and then they head to the road for a 6-game road trip. Spend the 4th of July weekend up in Schaumburg, and then travel to Washington later that week, that 8th through the 10th, before coming back home and finishing out the first half with a 3-game weekend set against Gateway. And again, this is such a big stretch of games for Evansville, especially trying to stay in this race. And right now, they would love for Thebe to get out of this inning with no more damage done. And then in their half, put some offense together. In the bottom of this 8th, as we look forward, it will be Paven Parks, Keenan Taylor, and J.J. Cruz, the 3-do. As Massey waits for the first pitch from Thebe and takes outside 1-0. So Thebe, a rough couple of outings now in a row. Sets and throws the 1-0. That one catches the up and in corner. It's 1-1. Massey has yet to get a hit tonight, but did reach via an error back in the first. One pitch. 2-1. It seems like really it's just Thebe, whenever he falls behind in the count, just can't seem to work his way back into it right now. 3 runs so far here in this 8th for Florence. The 2-1 pitch. High, 3-1. Now the Otters bullpen is loosening. Beamer up and going. Time called by Massey. Infield straight up, same with the outfield. Runner on first base is Quinones. Massey, the batter, ahead in the count, 3-1. Here it is. Called a strike. 3 balls, 2 strikes. That inner half to lefties today has been interesting. Payoff pitch from Thebe. Quinones will get a head start over at first. Here it is. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Blew the fastball by him. German American Bank strikeout to end the inning, but Florence scores 3 thanks to a 2-run shot by Anthony Brocato. We now go to the bottom of the 8th, 10-8 to score. Florence in front on the Otters Digital Network, 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you can be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com.
Connor Mackay, the new pitcher for Florence. Mackay on the mound, Quinones behind the plate. This pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. Mackay spent last year with Dallas Baptist University, one of the best baseball programs, mid-major baseball programs in the country. His 2024 with Dallas Baptist was very good. 2.73 ERA, 8 saves, and 29 innings pitched. So far this year, in 25 2/3, he's given up 17 earned runs, struck out 24. The first pitch to Pavin Parks is in there for a strike, 0-1.
His last time out only went a third of an inning, gave up 5 runs, and good part of the lineup up for Evansville, so hopefully they can get to him here and potentially either tie or take the lead.
And again, Quinones immediately going out to talk to his pitcher. So this is now the second inning in a row. Quinones is doing this. Makes you wonder about the communication between pitcher and catcher whenever they enter the ball game. Quinones retreats back behind the plate. Pavin Parks, 2 homers already tonight. He's 2 for 3. A 3-run shot and a solo shot for him. As the 0-1 pitch, Bender right down central, 0-2. So that's 2 straight pitches now that have been right in the heart of the plate against Pavin, and he hasn't attacked. Takes his time and see what he does here with the 0-2 count against him. On deck, Keenan Taylor, after him, J.J. Cruz. Here's the 0-2 pitch. In the dirt, 1-2. Florence scored 3 in the first, 4 in the second, 3 in the 8th. Evansville with 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 in the third, 1 in the 6th. That's how we're at 10-8 currently. 29 combined hits between the 2 squads here in this one. The 1-2. Just misses inside, 2-2. Boy, that was close. So count evened up. Here it is to Pavin. Swung on, hit in the air to center, playable, left center field. Brocato under it, makes the catch for the first out.
And McKay with 1 save this year that came against the Otters the last time they played them.
Taylor, 2 for 4 tonight. A single, a double, a couple of strikeouts. And the first pitch that Taylor sees is right down the middle, 0-1. Mackay staring in and sets. Hands belt high. Works out of the stretch exclusively. Here it is. Swung on, lifted in the air to right, fairly shallow. In on it is Reeves. Has a beat, makes a catch, 2 away. So quickly 2 down here in the 8th inning for Evansville, and it brings up J.J. Cruz. He has a 3-hit day, 3 singles and RBI. Cruz looking to extend this bottom of the 8th, and the pitch. Swung on and foul tipped into the mitt, 0-1. Mackay ahead in the count, no balls and a strike. Here it is. Low, it's a ball and a strike. Beamer still up in the Evansville bullpen. Florence's bullpen quiet. Florence coming back and taking a 2-run lead with 3 in the top of this 8th inning. The 1-1. In there, it's 1-2. So the Y'alls trying to escape Evansville with one win in this 3-game series. Evansville has still won this series overall. Has yet to sweep anybody this year. And Florence looking to keep that same trend, the 1-2. High, 2-2. But even if this score holds, then Evansville will have gained a game on Florence. Still a bit of a cushion there. Count even at 2 apiece, 2 outs. Here it is from Mackay. Swung on, bounced foul. But still, these games so important at this stage, with Evansville being 4.5 back of Washington, not wanting to give any back, especially with Washington winning today. If you lose, you're now back to 5.5 after you just gained a game. 2-2. Swung on, soft tapper, once again foul. So Cruz is battling up there. Even here in this 8th, really all you want is 1. Give yourself a real chance in the 9th, then to tie it up. You would really like to get a couple, tie it up, or even take the lead, but you'd be perfectly fine if you just get 1 and make it a 1-run ball game. The 2-2. Swung on, popped him up third base side, foul territory. Hustling over is Quinones, and Quinones drops the baseball. J.J. Cruz with a second life. Bobo and Quinones looked like for a second that they were going to run into each other, but diverged at the last second. Quinones couldn't make the underhand basket catch. Now Cruz will have another opportunity here.
And you see so many times those kind of mistakes where you drop a potential out and it comes back to bite you. Happens a lot in baseball, and now Cruz an opportunity here to make him pay for dropping that baseball in foul territory.
The 2-2. Swung on, high fly ball, pretty well hit right field. Back on it, Reeves, and he does make him pay. Solo shot onto Heidelbach. Evansville with 1 back.
Does that count as a call?
I mean, I'd count it.
It feels like every single time we've seen that happen this year, they have made them pay on the next pitch, and right there it is. J.J. Cruz launched that one out of here, and no doubter. He has found a power stroke these last couple of weeks.
That his 4th home run on the year. Now Justin Felix. And this guy has some pop too.
If you leave a fastball middle like you did to J.J. Cruz, he can put one out of the yard as well.
First pitch into Felix. Swung on and missed. Boy, he took a rip at it. 0-1.
You can tell he was excited about that pitch out in front of a 90-mile-per-hour fastball.
Felix does have a hit tonight. He's 1 for 3 with a walk and a bunt single. The pitch. Takes it down and away. It's 1-1. And Mackay with the offering. Swung on and missed out in front there of the changeup. Down and below the knees. It's 1-2. Mackay just looking to get out of this 8th with it still being a 1-run ball game. Here it is. High, good take there from Felix. 2-2. Now you really got to avoid grooving a fastball down the middle here to this guy. It would feel really nice if he did. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. So Felix strikes out, but J.J. Cruz gets 1 back with a solo shot of his own. We now go to the 9th. Otters trail by 1, 10-9. You're on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com.
John Beamer, the new pitcher for Evansville. Beamer on the mound. Felix still behind the plate. This pitcher-catcher battery sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. John Beamer on the bump, converted starter, now to reliever. Boy, he looks really good his first 3 innings every time he pitches, and hopefully we find that same thing here in this 9th frame.
Yeah, and with Evansville getting Pavin Parks now being a starter, and they're getting some more arms that are being more consistent, they're able to move John Beamer back to the bullpen where he spent the last 2 years and was excellent there. A 3.88 ERA in 38 appearances in 23, a 3.83 in 24. So he's back into the bullpen, and hopefully he can start finding a groove in this game.
First pitch now to Nieves is swung on and lifted in the air to center. And that's going to split the gap in left center field and bump up against the wall. Nieves hustling. He's into second, touching the bag and retreating back to it. A leadoff double. They had a pole shift on him in center field, and Schwartz was playing pretty much in right center. I think if they play straight up, that's an out.
Yeah, it's tough because he threw a 93-mile-per-hour fastball away in the zone, and Nieves went with it. Sometimes whenever you play that shift, it backfires on you, but you still stick with whatever is most likely, I suppose.
Here's Hiladio Moreno. Yet to collect a hit, but has 2 walks. Just 0 for 1.
And this is a spot where you could definitely see a sac bunt attempt. You can already see the infielders coming in for it.
Corners playing in on the grass. Middle infielders are still double play depth, just in case. Outfield straight up. The pitch squares around. Places it down and off his own hand. But a foul ball counted. It's 0-1.
I think it's a dead ball strike or foul ball. I'm not sure if it hit the bat or not. But either way, he went for it. So it is a strike either way.
Count no balls a strike. Evansville would really like to get out of this inning with it still being 10-9. After getting one back. Oh, and 1 the count. And the pitch. Squares around again. Takes that one outside, pulls back 1-1. So corner's definitely privy to it for the Otters defense. Over at first covering would be Pavin Parks, it looks like. As the pitch squares around, places that one down right in front of him. Fielding it is Beamer, throw to first in time for the first out. But runner does advance. And now with less than 2 outs, there's a runner on third base for the top of the order.
And it's going to be tough to get out of this inning still with a 1-run deficit, but Beamer does strike out a lot of batters, so hopefully he can get one of those here.
Infield in. Same with the outfield. Cheney Felt today is 3 for 4 with a walk. The pitch. Swung on, chopped right back to Beamer. Runner stays at third, and that's exactly what you wanted, as a throw to first is a strike. That is perfect right there for Beamer.
He was sitting fastball. Beamer gave him the slider, so it ran in on him, and he chopped it directly back at him. I say initially, Nieves almost was going, but he ended up being able to get back.
Reeves now bats. A couple of RBI hits for him tonight. First pitch he sees is swung on and missed way out in front. He's 0-1 now.
Last couple of batters, he started them off with off-speed pitches, and when Beamer starts with those off-speed pitches, he can be so dominant. Does such a good job fooling the hitters at the plate.
The 0-1. Swung on and missed. 0-2. Another great slider down and away quadrant.
And after back-to-back sliders to Reeves that he has not been particularly close on, he can pretty much go anywhere right now.
Beamer sets. The 0-2. Swung on, high pop-up. First base side playable. Under it, Mindum makes the catch, out number 3. So after a leadoff double and the runner advancing to third on a sac bunt, we go to the 9th. Same score, 10-9. Otters looking to win it here on 96.9 WIR on the Otters Digital Network.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Connor Mackay out for a second inning. Graham Brown will pinch hit for Ellis Schwartz here. I think that's a perfect move. Graham Brown getting the day off, but in a situation like this, perfect spot to get him in and have him lead off this bottom of the 9th.
And it can be so hard coming off the bench to hit in any spot, especially the 9th inning. But he's been really good all year. He's been in a little bit of a slump, but great opportunity here to do something big, and if he can get on base, we've seen his stolen base ability to potentially just get in scoring position, even if he just gets to first base.
Graham Brown, Dennis Pierce, David Mindum, the 3 that will hit in the inning.
Please. Pitch hitter, Evansville, number 24, Graham Brown.
Brown this year, 7 homers, 30 RBI, second on the team in homers with 7. He faces the right-hander in Mackay, and the first pitch that he sees is taken on the upper corner for a strike, 0-1. It's been back and forth. Really, this entire series has, and close. These two teams so well matched. The 0-1 pitch swung on and tapped foul, 0-2. Evansville walked it off in the first game of this series in 10. Right now, just trying to extend the game to that point. 10-9 the score. Florence in front, bottom 9. The 0-2. Low, great take there from Brown, 1-2. Infield straight up, same with the outfield. Both bullpens quiet. 1-2 pitch now from Mackay. Swung on, hit on the ground to second. Cheney felt fields, throws to first in time for the first out. So now the top of the lineup comes up. And Dennis Pierce, after the Graham Brown ground out.
Third baseman, number 10, Dennis Pierce.
Pierce with a walk, a single, and has reached on a fielder's choice. First pitch to him. Swung on and missed, got a hanging slider, and just swung over the top of it, 0-1.
That's one he's going to want back. That's one of those that you turn on, you can send 500 feet with his kind of power.
0-1 now. Swung on, hit in the air, pretty well right field. Twisting down the line, near the wall. It is off the base of the wall. Pierce thought it was gone, and it has just a single. Ball gets away, but he doesn't read it well enough, and he stays at first. Dennis thought he got all of it down the right field line, was jogging down the first base line, and didn't turn it into a double.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously upsetting, but man, that throw from coming into second was way offline. Thought for sure he was going to be there, but still at first base. That hurts, but at least you have the tying runner on base.
That is true, and big boys do up. Here's David Mendham. 2 singles, a walk for him. First pitch he sees. Swung on, tapped foul at the plate, 0-1. Evansville trying for some more Bossy Field magic. Infield straight up. Same with the outfield. 0-1 the count to Mendham. And the pitch. Misses inside, 1-1. Mackay sets, hands just above the belt. Here it is. That one catches it at the knees. It's 1-2. Home plate umpire is hearing some grief currently. 1-2 the count. Mendham stands in on the left side. Mackay sets the 1-2. Swung on, grounded, past the diving glove of Shaney Felt. Pierce hustling into third. He's going to get there standing. They're at the corners. What an effort by Shaney Felt, but not quite enough. Pierce from first to third. Mendham now on first. And here's JT Benson.
You know, maybe a blessing in disguise for Dennis Pierce only being at first base, because if he's at second base, he's probably going to be held on by the shortstop, so maybe it doesn't matter. But I was thinking maybe if he's being held on by the second baseman a little bit closer. But either way, now a huge opportunity for Evansville. Tying run at third, 1 away. The go-ahead, or the winning run at first, and Benson with plenty of power.
First pitch to Benson is high. Infield, middle infield specifically, double play depth. Why wouldn't they be? Runners at the corners. 1 away, bottom 9. 1-0 the count. 10-9 the score. Florence in front. The pitch. 2-0. Benson has been so good this series. He's reached twice via the walk tonight. A single back in the first. There's not a night without drama here at home. The 2-0. Swung on, lifted in the air, popped up, foul territory, first base side. Zeisler watches it fall high and overhead. That overhead foul ball brought to you by Hedge Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it. Count 2-1. And the pitch. High, 3 balls, 1 strike. That one just missing upstairs. And that's another slider that, if he leaves that an inch or 2 lower, boy, that's a dangerous spot to be in. The 3-1. Outside ball 4. Bases loaded. For the 4th time tonight, Evansville has loaded the bases, this time with less than 2 outs. And the hero from Friday due up, and LJ Jones.
I'm just saying, have we considered that maybe this is an actual strategy from Florence? That they get runners on, they're like, nope, loading the bases, because we know they can't hit with the bases loaded.
Mound meeting occurring.
Although very similar situation that LJ was up in the 10th inning back in game 1, although that was a tied game. And man, he just missed a grand slam earlier.
Florence, 10 runs on 16 hits. No errors. Evansville, 9 runs on 17 hits. 2 errors. Both of those occurring in the 1st and 2nd inning.
Designated hitter, number 20.
Here's LJ Jones. 2 for 5. Walk-off hit 2 nights ago. That was on his 26th birthday. Boy, how can you not be romantic about baseball? You can't script it any better. The pitch. Swung on, line drive left field. Back on it, Brocado. It's up and off the wall. Here comes one. Here comes the winning run in Mendham. He's going to score. Walk-off winner for LJ Jones again. They will chase him down in right center field. A mob scene in the outfield. They sweep the Yawls 11-10, the final. I mean, sometimes all you can say is wow. Can you believe it?
He just missed that one back in his last at-bat, and that one he did not. First pitch just sent it. Similar spot where it landed, but over the head of the left fielder, and just finding a way to win. That has been the story of this weekend.
And when they signed LJ Jones, this weekend is exactly what they envisioned. This guy is a monster.
He has been tearing it up in the month of June. Well, not the month of June's over. He tore it up in the month of June, and he is going to be a huge piece if this team's going to make a late playoff push.
Coming up, the Papa John's postgame show, 11-10, the final. We'll be back here on 96.9 WIR on the Otters Digital Network.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com.
Welcome in to a very happy Papa John's postgame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after. Each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, the home team network, and now on 96.9 WYIR. Evansville walk-off winners for the second time in this three-game series, 11-10. They stun the Florence Yawls here in this one in 9 innings. L.J. Jones once again the hero, this time with a 2 RBI single deep to left field. Man, I mean, a game just back and forth. Great offense early. The pitching bounced back in the middle innings. And then in the last 3, Florence taking a 10-8 lead. Evansville battling back, scoring 3 in the final 2 frames to walk it off. And L.J. Jones obviously putting the capstone on it with that line drive knock.
I can't say this enough, just how different this team feels at home than they are on the road. These are the games that they just couldn't take advantage of on the road, but they are taking full advantage of them here at home. And you mentioned the offense just on fire. Everyone who started getting a hit. There were 6 multi-hit games and some big performances. Obviously, L.J. Jones, the walk-off, but a 2 home run game from Paven Parks, a 4-hit game from J.J. Cruz with the home run, Mindham with 3 hits and a couple of ribbies. I mean, it was a great performance top to bottom from the offense. And honestly, from the pitching, obviously Brahms a rough start, not what you expect, but Wiltsey came in and pitched 2 scoreless. Yoan came in and pitched 3 scoreless. Phoebe struggled, gave up 3 runs in his inning, but then Beamer came on and gave up that leadoff double and then pitched around that to keep the scoreline at 1. Just a great game from Evansville. Obviously, it was closer than you wanted to be when you score 10 runs or 11 runs in a game, but still, a win's a win, and it's going to count all the same in the standings.
And they sweep Florence now. And in that last thing, we were talking about it all game, how with the bases loaded, this team struggles. But when it mattered most, with the bases loaded, L.J. Jones came through.
Yeah, I mean, it was first pitch, middle, off-speed pitch. We saw him leave one up to Dennis Pierce early in his at-bat. He left one up to L.J. Jones, and they took advantage. He took advantage. A 110 off the bat. He mashes the ball. Just mashes it.
And then pitching-wise, specifically Yoan Gonzalez, he had a really good day today. Went 3 strong innings, did walk 2, gave up 3 hits, but strained at the traffic, 4 strikeouts, got his 100th of his career.
Yeah, he looked great in a game where they needed pitchers to show up and be their best. He was very good, and great sign from him. He hadn't pitched in a while, and he came in and pitched really well and did incredible for Evansville.
The Otters do gain a game on Lake Erie. Lake Erie lost earlier today, 10-3 to Gateway. They don't gain one on Washington, who wins that series against Schaumburg 9-3. But still, what a productive weekend for this team. Sweeping a team that coming into town, you kind of thought, hey, this is a series we need to win, and if we get a sweep, great. And you do it in emphatic fashion. All 3 contests were drama-filled. And now you have that great feeling in your stomach with Mississippi coming into town on Tuesday.
Yeah, and you gain games on Joliet as well. Just a big weekend for Evansville, and you set yourself up for this month of July. That's going to be a long month, and it's going to be tough. But if they can come through it and come out on the other end in a playoff hunt push, it'll be huge for this team, and it's a great way to end June and start thinking about heading into July.
3 separate homers tonight from 2 different Otters. 2 homers from Paven Parks. Boy, he looked good. That's his second 2-homer game this year.
Yeah, and it was a huge 3-run shot early, and then that solo shot, RBI 400 for him, or 300 for him. A couple of big milestones for the Otters tonight, and his bat has been heating up for a long time, and he really showed it tonight.
You just listened to the Papa John's postgame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, the Home Team Network, and on 96.9 WYIR. Well, Lucas, any final thoughts?
Huge series win, huge series sweep, and this team is looking really good, and hopefully they can come in, take another series win against Mississippi, and set themselves up for that big road trip afterwards.
Well, with that, for Lucas Macklin, I'm Riley Angel. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday evening with us.